Shit! What's up, everybody? Welcome to the basement for this Saturday night stream. Hope everyone's doing well. Sorry I'm a bit late. My camera was being a douchebag, so I had to fuck around with it until it worked. And hopefully it still works after I turn it back on again. Anyway, hope y'all are doing well. Hope you had a good week. Well, good end of your week, since we all saw each other last on Wednesday night. Pausing for a beverage. Hold on. Anyway, hope you guys are ready for a lot of Marvel talk tonight, because there isn't really much else to talk about. A little bit of this, a little bit of that, but mostly Marvel, and more Marvel. So hope you're feeling marvelly or marvelous, as it were, because that's what's on deck tonight, yo. So fill your cup and light your smoke, because it is time to get nerdy. Shit! Oh, you motherfucker, you did it again. God damn it. How about now? Okay, there we go. Hi! What's up, everybody? Holy shit. Yeah, it took me fucking 20 plus minutes because my camera was super choppy earlier when I was testing it, which is why I'm late. Well, part of why I'm late. Yeah, and then of course, as you saw, it was just frozen, but now we're working. For now, I should probably say we're working. So how's everyone doing? You guys have a good back half of your week? What all up in here? Who's all up in here? Brooks up in here, Sanoff, and Sean Franklin. Welcome, all of you. Hi, Sean. Can't see your handsome face at the moment. Well, thank you, Sanoff. I appreciate that. There might be like 4 other people on the entire planet that agree with that assessment. So I'll take it. Appreciate that a lot. How y'all doing? You guys ready for a lot of Marvel talk with a couple other little tidbits here and there? But mostly Marvel. Mostly coming out of Cinemacon. Y'all know about Cinemacon? Did I see the viral AI video of Doom versus the Kane Council? I think I saw a chunk of it. Or like not even a chunk. Like I scrolled by it. Someone had retweeted it or something, so it ended up on my timeline or my feed or whatever the fuck you want to call that shit. But yeah, no, I knew it was AI bullshit, so I didn't even bother to watch it. Like if I know it's crap, I'm not gonna watch it. Like real talk, I'm just not. What up, Delta Dan? Hoping to see the trailer for Doomsday like an official release. Yeah, 100%. We'll talk about that a little bit. We will talk about when we will get to see it a little bit. Yep, and we'll be going over. I'm going to torture you guys a little bit with Eric Voss because, well, actually, let me check one But he did a big old. There we go. He, of course, was there. And of course, he made a video about it. But there's someone else. There's also Brandon Davis. So we may watch his trailer breakdown, actually, probably because, well, two reasons. One, he's a little bit less of an Uber fanboy. Like, don't get me wrong. What the hell? Why is that so dim? I have both my fucking lights on. Try a little something. Bear with me, chat. Weirdness is happening. Thought I had it fixed. I'm having a total Josh moment right now, but at least it doesn't look like someone set off a smoke bomb. It just looks like someone turned all the lights on. Oh, that's a bit much. How's that? Oh, that's too dim. And of course, now I'm messing with it, it freezes. Okay, that's. Whoa. There we go. All right. I'm moving the way I'm supposed to be moving. Oh, glitchies. It's brighter the where it should be. Okay, I think we're good now. Holy shit. Anywho. Yeah, so we'll check out Brandon Davis's synopsis of it rather than New Rockstars, just because don't get me wrong, Brandon Davis is a nerdy fanboy. What up, Spicy Dan? But he's not like an over-the-top fanboy, flamboyant fanboy like Eric Voss is. So we'll watch his synopsis of that trailer because, frankly, there's so many tweets out about what was in the trailer, and like nobody can fucking agree on it. But Brandon Davis is well known in the space. He's quite reliable, so we will check his shit out when the time comes, of course. But before we get to all the nerdy goodness, chat, how are you? How'd your guys' weekend? How did the weekend? And now that we're at the weekend, how are things? Everything going all right with you guys? Spicy Dan, how's the crop? How's everyone's jobs going? Everything going okay? Life doing all right? Sean Franklin, please forgive me. Again, hi. Welcome. Welcome, everybody, of course. And if you're watching on the replay, welcome to you, too. Thank everyone for being here, whether live or later. I really appreciate you clicking on this here stream, aka, or, VOD, as whatever the case may be. I respectfully request that you all please hit the like. That applies to everybody that clicks on the video. And if you are new here, which brings me back to Sean Franklin, I think you've been here before. Can't remember. I feel like you have. My apologies if for not 100% remembering. Yes, it is Superman Day. Happy Superman Day. I think you've been here. So yeah, everyone new or established, please hit like if you are new. Thank you for clicking. And pretty please hit the sub and the bell along with the like. If you're new, you have 3 buttons to hit. If you've been around, you just got Started with this game called Preparing 2. Delta's good, or Spicy Dan's good. Santos watching wrestling. Isn't that over? Like, didn't the last match just happen, or did I misunderstand what I was seeing on Twitter earlier? And by the way, what do you think of it? Because I saw a few people that I follow for other things that also like wrestling. They're kind of bagging on that shit. I'm seeing not great reactions for this evening's portion of the WrestleManias. So what do you think, Sanoff? Did I enjoy that last episode of Born Again? Yes, I did. It was good. I enjoyed it. I liked the throwback footage. Young Matt and Foggy doing their business. Having their usual principal back and forth thing. That was dope. Oh, you didn't watch WrestleMania? Yeah, there is a day 2 tomorrow. Okay, you're watching a promotion called JCW. I have not heard of that one. I know about, obviously, WWE. I know about AEW. I'm not familiar with JCW. What's my favorite John Cena match? Well, I haven't seriously watched wrestling in 2026 now. 20-ish years. Like, the last time I watched was, I watched it a lot growing up and in the 90s. And then I stopped. Because the storylines got stupid as shit. And then I came back because I kept seeing advertisements for when The Rock and Stone Cold were going at it in WrestleMania, whatever fucking number that was in like 2001 or 2. And then that got me back in for like 2 years, and then it got stupid as fuck again, and I haven't watched it since. So, yeah, easily 20 years, maybe 21, 22 years since I've actually seriously watched wrestling. So, I really, unfortunately, can't answer that question, Sean. I'm sorry. BCW is done by the ICP and Vince Russo. Okay. I'm down for... What the hell? I feel like that might be a little too bright. I'm gonna take a risk. Fuck with my camera. Ooh, that's shade. What do you guys think? Right about there? Let's go with that. Fresh. Back end. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, cool. Cool. At least it's much better for my eyeballs. What do you guys think? ICP. I can respect that. ICP. From the D, Detroit. Where I'm not from, but I live in Metro Detroit. I'm actually from Flint. But I live in Metro Detroit now. But obviously, fan of all the Detroit sports teams. Even though they tend to piss me off more than not. Especially the Red Wings lately. Oh my God. 10 years and no playoffs, you motherfucker. Anyway. But the Pistons are actually relevant again. Holy shit. Number 1 seed in the East. I had no idea they were that relevant till like 2 weeks ago. Like, real talk. They've been ass for so long that I stopped paying attention. All of a sudden, I'm like, wait a minute. What do you mean they're the number 1 seed in the East? So, that's kind of cool. You motherfucker. Okay, cool. Yep. Might have to order that shit. Yeah. So that's cool. I didn't know they did their own wrestling promotion. Do I like the Michael Bay Transformers movies? I like the first 3. Definitely the first 3. I can't remember. I haven't watched them in a while. I definitely like the first three. Maybe the fourth one. Which is the one? You know what? Let me just look them up. I know he's doing the next one that they're going to make, right? The Fallen, Dark of the Moon. Yes, I definitely like the first three. I've seen. Did I watch Age of Extinction? Actually, I don't think I've watched Age of Extinction in the last night. I watched Bumblebee. Okay, so out of the 6 existing, I've watched 4. Bumblebee was cool. I haven't watched Rise of the Beasts, and I didn't watch maybe I watched Age of Extinction once, and the last night once. So yeah, the first 3 I definitely like. Yeah. And it froze again. You motherfucker. All right. Gonna do the hard reset thing, chat. Give me a second. All right. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts. You like Brooke liked all of them. First one was the best. Yeah, I agree. 100%. First one is the best. You heard Rock and Austin are in the. Yeah, I actually. Yeah. Actually, I saw someone posted a clip. Austin Stone Cold just randomly popped out of the back of a bar in Vegas, hopped up on like from the kitchen area, hopped up on the bar and did his thing. Just random bar in Vegas, just pops in, does his Stone Cold shit. So that was pretty cool. I didn't know The Rock was there. Actually, yes, I did because he was there for CinemaCon. Duh. He was at the Disney presentation Thursday night talking about Moana, doing a really heartfelt speech about how I forgot his character name was based off his grandpa, High Chief Peter Maivia, which was really cool. So, what is his fucking character's name in Moana? Like, it's here. I can't get it all the way to here to get it to my mouth. Is it Maui? Is it just Maui? So yeah. So that was I didn't actually watch the speech, but like everyone I follow that deals with that, movies and entertainment and shit said it was really cool. So I believe them. If they're in unison on that, I fucking believe them. Yeah. Oh. All right, chat. So, hold up. Oh, hey, look, there's mine. That's funny. Okay, cool. And I believe the Doomsday trailer should have been released public, or was it a smart move by Disney? Oh no, they definitely should have dropped it. Like literally every other, like, I feel like that was the only one they didn't drop. Um, like out of all the trailers they showed, like out of the entire Disney panel, I feel like they dropped every one of them but Doomsday. Which, if it was only February still, I would say it might have been a smart move because we weren't that far removed from the four little clippy teaser scene things that they gave us in December, which were mostly dope. But yeah, we're now 4 months away from all that shit. Give me the fucking trailer. Like, give me the public trailer. Like now. Crazy how when it first came out, Megan Fox was all the craze. She's still kind of the craze. One thing she really did not need to do was get the plasticky upgrades to her face and chesticles. She did that. Yeah, no, she still looked good. Don't get me wrong, she still looked good. She still looks pretty good. She, yeah, some of the work she got done to her face is a little whack, and she did not need to do the boobies. But on the other hand, you know, I'd still smash. I would, yeah, I'd suck her hammer thumb. It wouldn't bother me in the slightest. So I think Cast Reveal Part 2 Doomsday will be released. Do you think what we got is the list? Oddly enough, that is a subject we are going to come back around to later, Sanoff. Because what we got to talk about tonight, other than a couple little, well, actually, really only one tidbit. Because most of the rest of Cinemacon that was talked about this week, I don't give a fuck about. The DC panel was kind of lame. Nothing really new there. So yeah, we're mostly just going to talk about the Doomsday trailer, and then Alex Perez has dropped 2 parts to his April Q&A, and he actually your question, a very similar one was brought up in that. So when we get to the Q&A, that will be addressed. Okay, Santa? That cool? You down with that? And I'll let you know if I agree with him or not. How's that sound? That cool? That cool? Well, I hope it's cool because that's how we're fucking doing it. Actually, shit. Sean, let me make sure that you have points. Just a moment. Chat, educate Sean on how we do the gambling around here. Let me make sure he has points to play with now. Oh, yeah, he does. All right, cool. Here he is. He's on the list. You're on the list, Sean. Good news. I actually won 2 gambling rolls in Justin's stream earlier. I about shit myself. Which means I will probably lose every time I do it here. Especially with Brooke rolling an 82 right in front of me. God damn it. Oh no, I actually won again. Holy fuck. Streamlabs is actually giving me some love today. Fucking weird, but cool. Really, really cool. All right. You guys ready to get into this shit? You ready? So check this shit out. Yeah. Someone did ask. I was scrolling through earlier. Now I will say when we go over part one came out like what Tuesday or Wednesday before Cinemacon. So there's one or two questions in there that have to do with like Cinemacon or Marvel's panel at Disney's panel technically at Cinemacon. So that'll be a couple of those will be kind of like, why are we going over these questions? It's because they weren't answered before. Anyway, you get the idea. At least I hope. So, all right. Come on up, bitch. Okay, cool. All right, so first and probably only non-Marvel-y thing we talk about tonight. You will recall, we have discussed a couple times in the past how the DCU, or no, not the DCU, various people were allegedly offered the role of Christopher Dent in the Batman Part 2 to play Christopher Dent, the father of Harvey Dent, currently being played by Sebastian Stan in the Batman Part 2. So they've been looking for their Christopher Dent. Allegedly, they've asked De Niro and a couple other people, although I saw something earlier that was the only person they really asked and then were turned down by was Stellan Skarsgård. Stellan Skarsgård of, Marvel fame and Andor fame. Luthen Rail from Andor. That physicist homie whose name I can't fucking recall right off the top of my head from Marvel. So, anyway. All that being said, and just real quick, it turns out that they still don't have ScarJo locked down for Gilda Dent. Like, they're still working on the contract. Like, she's not out. Like, they're not going to have to look for somebody else at this point in time. But there's still no signed on the dotted line contract yet. So, technically, she's still up in the air. But so far as Christopher Dent goes, they have a new candidate that they are currently in talks with. And ladies and gentlemen, it is motherfucking Tywin Lannister. Charles Dance is who Warner Brothers, because it's not DCU, this is Warner Brothers, the Batman and the Reeves-verse, the massive crime saga, or whatever the fuck he calls it. It's technically strictly under Warner Brothers. It is not under DC Studios, run by the Goon. So, and really, they're kind of keeping it in the family with him since HBO is owned by Warner Brothers. And, of course, HBO is also the home of Game of Thrones. So, yeah. They're looking to hire fucking Tywin Lannister to be Sebastian Stan's dad in the Batman 2. I think that is a dope motherfucking casting. Like, he was awesome in Game of Thrones. Like, awesome. I very much appreciate his work as an actor. So, I think he's a damn fine choice, honestly. How do you guys feel? Now, it's not going to be the biggest role in the movie. But how do you guys feel about Tywin motherfucking Lannister being Christopher Dent in the Batman 2? Does that tickle your fancy? Does it make you tingle? How do you guys feel about that shit, man? I think it's cool. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that shit. Holy crap! How did I not bookmark anything about that? Or did I close it? There, thank you. I might be that fucking stupid, cat. I hope I did. All right, well, all right. We'll go with that. Cool, cool. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I'm pretty down for Charles Dance, yo. I am pretty down for Charles. But I still can't believe I didn't do anything on this one earlier. What a dum dum. Anyway, so another little, well, not so little, another bit of DC news. So Adria Arjona has officially been cast in Man of Tomorrow. Okay, now, the trades are kind of actually split on who she's going to be. A couple of the trades specifically said that she is Maxima, because remember how like her and a couple other people were testing for Maxima, and then Gunn's like, no, that's a bunch of bullshit. And then now Adria Arjona was on that list, like Deadline put out, and then Gunn put out that message about Deadline's normally pretty good, but I wish they'd run that list by us because it's a bullshit. And then people are trying to cap for him, being like, "You didn't mean Adria Arjona was bullshit, motherfucker. Learn how to read." I don't feel like looking up the tweet, but like grammatically, he said all the names that were suggested for the testing for Maxima were bullshit, including her. Oh, that's just semantic. No, bitch, it's grammar. If you don't want your shit misinterpreted, say it 100% correctly. Anyway, setting James Gunn's usual attempts at wordplay aside, Adria Arjona is 100% officially cast to be in Man of Tomorrow. A couple of the trades are saying she is definitively Maxima. And then a couple other trades one of which is the Hollywood Reporter, are refusing to commit to it being Maxima or anybody else. They're just like, yeah, she's there. She gonna be in it. But we don't know who. Now, let's be real, Chad. Are you really casting Adria Arjona for yet another side character, essentially, in the DC? Like a B tier character? No. Let's be real. She is going to be Wonder Woman. Now, like, you're just not going to cast Adria Arjona for fucking Maxima. That would be like, I don't know, casting ScarJo as I don't know, fucking what's a good example? Trying to think of a good Marvel example. Like, why the fuck would you waste ScarJo on this particular role? Dazzler. Right? You're not going to cast someone on the level of ScarJo for fucking Dazzler, and you're not going to cast someone on the level of Adria Arjona, or Arjona probably is the more proper pronunciation since she's Latina. And J's in Spanish are. So, Adria Arjona. You're not casting her to be a B tier fucking character. Unless you're a complete idiot. Like, total idiot. Now, Gunn frequently acts like a complete moron. But you don't get to his level by actually being fucking stupid. Okay? So, yeah. I mean, the trades can say, no, she's Maxima. All they want. Like, people with brain cells that actually meet and shake hands, even sporadically. No. Sorry, no. Adria Arjona is going to be our Wonder Woman. Like, that's just what it is. Or more than likely what it is. Obviously, that has not been confirmed by anybody. Although, in his newsletter that he put out Thursday night, Jeff did say that one of his sources, just one, to be specific, just one of his sources was like, no, she is 100% Wonder Woman. But when Jeff decides to quote just one source, it's generally like one of his top 1-2% sources in reliability. You know what I mean? So the source of Jeff is saying she's Wonder Woman. Obviously not officially confirmed. RPK came out and said she's more than likely Wonder Woman. Common sense, common fucking sense and logic say she's Wonder Woman. So if it ends up coming out being confirmed that she's Maxima, number one, I'll be surprised. And number two, I'm going to crash out on James Gunn yet again. Like, that's just what's going to happen. Because casting someone on her level to be motherfucking Maxima, stupid, dumb and stupid, moronic, ignorant, ridiculous. I don't know. Pick your negative adjective. It all fit. Casting Adria Arjona as Maxima, like any negative adjective connotation, whatever you can come up with, would apply. At least in my opinion. Sound off. Even though Gore died, Christian Bale still killed that role with that script and those. Well, I mean, Christian Bale's motherfucking Christian Bale. Like, Marvel fucked that up. Like, Marvel fucked up Love and Thunder. Period. I mean, severely underutilizing Christian Bale. Definitely dumb. Just the way they treated Gore in general. Definitely dumb. But it wasn't casting Christian Bale as Gore. That was not a mistake. It was the severe underutilization and mistreatment of the character in that movie was the mistake. Like, Gore is a badass. Like, that, if they'd have done him right, that is totally a role worthy of Christian Bale. Like, that wasn't a bad casting. It was horrific execution of that movie from top to bottom. But that wasn't a bad casting. Audrey Arjona as Maxima would be a bad casting. It would just be stupid as fuck. So, yeah, I don't see any world that makes any kind of sense in where she is not Wonder Woman. So, anyway, but she is definitely in the movie. That is 100% confirmed. Okay, so she's in Man of Tomorrow. But yeah, common sense, logic. Big sources from big insiders, which RPK is a big insider. Like, he has mostly good sources. The way he frames some of his scoops is a little whack sometimes. Kind of his own personal agenda driven. Some of the way how he phrases some of his scoops is, but I mean, he's still like upper tier insider. So he's saying she's probably Wonder Woman. I think I saw someone claims that Grace Randolph is saying she's probably Wonder Woman, although she's speculating. Like, I don't think she has a source. But you know, she's very good at talking about the business side of Hollywood. And frankly, casting is part of the business side, because if you cast stupid, people will be pissed and they won't go watch your shit. So from a business sense, her thinking she's Wonder Woman makes sense from that perspective as well. So, yeah, I don't see any way that she is not Wonder Woman. Again, that makes sense. So, yeah, what do you guys think? I think she's Wonder Woman. You guys think she's Wonder Woman? I think she's Wonder Woman. Any further thoughts on that before we get all marvelly in this bitch? You think it's Wonder Woman because I'm sure soon they're setting up the Justice League. Yeah, Well, that's yes, that too. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's they need to be setting up at least the Trinity, right? I mean, we're gonna they already kind of started setting up the Justice League in a small way because obviously we have Superman, we have Hawk Girl from the Superman movie, we have Mister Terrific. They gave us Guy Gardner in that. I don't. He may hang around as part of the Justice League, but obviously through the Lanterns show, we're also getting well, we're getting Kyle Chandler, Hal Jordan, and Aaron Pierre, John Stewart. But only John Stewart is going to be in Man of Tomorrow. So it's looking like he's going to be the Lantern going forward, which is probably going to piss Hal Jordan fans the fuck off. Because the last live action iteration of Hal Jordan was that Ryan Reynolds thing. So, like, Hal Jordan really hasn't been given true justice in live action. And it's looking like we're really only going to see him in Lanterns. And that Aaron Pierre's John Stewart will be the full-time Lantern for Gunn's version of the Justice League. Now, personally, I don't have a problem with that. I would prefer Hal Jordan, at least to start. Really only because, like, he needs justice done to him in live action. But, like, you know, if Gunn wants John Stewart to be his main Justice League Lantern, I'm totally fine with that too. I don't really care. I just don't want it to be fucking Guy Gardner. Now, if they were to, like, keep Kyle Chandler around as Hal and, like, stick him and Guy Gardner out in space somewhere lanterning and just kind of go visit him every once in a while, cool. Totally down with that. Bring him in for a big old crossover, or maybe do, you know, what is it, Darkest Night, Blackest Night, and then have him running around, all kinds of lanterns running around. But I mean, yeah, John Stewart is the main Justice League Lantern. Cool. But they really should, like, they really need to do Hal Jordan some big screen live action justice, not just on, you know, HBO Max. So, but setting aside what they've done a little bit to set up Justice League, there is no Justice League without the Trinity. And so far in Gunn's DCU, we have Superman. So yeah, we need fucking Wonder Woman, and we need his Batman, like, toot sweet. Now, I doubt we're going to get a whole lot of Wonder Woman in Man of Tomorrow. I hope we get a fair chunk, but probably not, because, you know, the movie's based around Brainiac and Superman and Luthor. But, you know, she could come in and help out with the final battle or whatever. That could be cool, you know. I'd be totally down with that. But the current speculation is that her role will not be massive. It'll be more like kind of just like a little bit of an introduction, as it were. Was it true that the DCU Batman was revealed at Cinemacon? No, that is completely false. Matter of fact, people are bagging on the DC panel because they had nothing for the Batman 2 there. Now, I don't know what they expected from the Batman 2 other than it being mentioned, because they haven't started filming it yet. So there would be nothing for them to have shown at Cinemacon. Like, it's still in pre-production. Right? So everyone's like, why wasn't there any Batman 2 at Cinemacon? Because, motherfucker, they haven't filmed anything yet. There's nothing to show. There's no new news on it until today with that Charles Dance story. Like, that's it. And again, they still haven't even quite locked down ScarJo 100% yet. So yeah, what the fuck were they going to talk about regarding the Batman 2 at CinemaCon? Yep, it's still Sebastian Stan and still probably ScarJo. And that's it. And obviously Pattinson's still around. Like, well, what the fuck would they even have to talk about? So, like, people bitching about that. Logic, people. Use the new Dole. They haven't filmed at all yet. Nothing. So they would have no footage to show. Nothing to even put in a sizzle reel unless they wanted to put in footage from the first one, which would be kind of nonsensical. Oh, hey, remember all this cool shit that already happened? We're making another one, but we have nothing to show. So yeah, not talking about the Batman 2 actually makes sense. Because what are they going to say? Nothing to say. Nothing to show. Yeah, so there is no Batman shit at the Disney panel, or DC panel, or the DC part of the Warner Brothers panel, I should say. Because Marvel didn't have their own panel either. It was part of the Disney panel. I think Brainiac will be set up as a Justice League movie villain from Man of Tomorrow. Possibly. I mean, excuse me. It would make sense to keep him around as a recurring villain. What up, Griff? How you doing, brother? It would make sense to keep Brainiac around as a recurring villain, in my mind. And he's not insignificant in the DC Comics landscape. He is not insignificant at all. So I would prefer that they don't do what Marvel is pretty famous for doing, which is one-offing their villains. I would prefer that they kept him around as a recurring villain. Honestly, what I think they should do is not just build up a Justice League, but build up a Legion of Doom. Start stacking villains along with the heroes. Give us, we have Luthor, and we can add Brainiac, and add Black Manta. Pick your A tier DC villain. Give me a Justice League and give me a Legion of Doom, and just start fucking around with all of that stuff. Mix and match in various movies. Totally doable. Bring Sinestro to Earth, or in a few Lanterns, or just make a Lanterns movie in space and deal with the Sinestro Corps and shit there. Yeah, but yeah, I want to see a Legion of Doom right along with the Justice League, because that's all kinds of fun toys to mix and mash and smash together. But we'll see how that ends up. And a proper Suicide Squad movie too. That's something they can, in my opinion, they can wait a while for. Like, get the Justice League going. Like, get them introduced. Get them together in, a big Justice League crossover movie. Get them fully established there. And then after that, you can start going back to fucking around with side characters like the Suicide Squad again. However, since the most recent Suicide Squad movie was done by Gunn, I mean, it's technically not part of the DCU, so he could redo it. I just don't know that he will. He's probably like, no, I have my Suicide Squad. I made the movie. We're good. I don't know if he would actually redo it. He might do a sequel and, give us a new team, possibly. But I don't know that he would do a complete reboot of it. I mean, the motherfucker didn't reboot Peacemaker. He just made adjustments to make season 2 canon to the DCU. So I don't. Damn, nice roll, Delta Dan. So yeah, I don't. He might do a sequel, but I don't know if you're going to get from him like a proper Suicide Squad movie. I think the DCU should do a grounded TV show of one of the Gotham heroes. After they introduce them on the big screen. Like, one of the biggest problems for Marvel with phases 4 and 5 was they stopped introducing B tier characters in the movies and just decided to be like, oh, we have Disney Plus. Here's a whole flood of B tier characters that the general audience probably won't care about. So if they want to do grounded TV show about like, you know, the non-Batman Gotham heroes, they need to introduce them on the big screen first, in my opinion. That was a huge mistake by Marvel. In my opinion. Like that's how they did it in the Infinity Saga. And then Iger's like, but fill Disney Plus. So they did. And they did not do that good a job overall. Vix is cast in the DCU Wonder Woman. Yes, she is 100% officially cast in Man of Tomorrow. And more than likely Wonder Woman. That has not been confirmed. I don't know if you heard earlier, but I will reiterate that a couple of the Hollywood trades are insisting that she actually is just going to be Maxima. And a couple of the other Hollywood trades are like, we're not sure who she's going to be. Jeff Snyder's one of Jeff Snyder's most reliable sources says she is 100% Wonder Woman. Grace Randolph thinks she's Wonder Woman. RPK thinks she's probably Wonder Woman. Logic and common sense dictate that if you're casting an actress on the level of Audrey Arjona, that, you know, you're not going to cast her for Maxima. Wonder Woman just makes more sense. Period. So, not confirmed, but not confirmed. But, like, you know, logic and very reliable sources from very reliable insiders say, yeah, it's Wonder Woman. So she probably if they actually cast her for Maxima, I'm gonna crash the fuck out. Like, if it comes out that she's confirmed as Maxima, like literally next news stream after that happens, I will totally shit all over James Gunn for the complete stupidity of that decision. But we don't know yet, so we'll see. But yeah, more than likely she's one. Oh, fuck. Oh, well, whatever. Anyway, yeah, so did I like the Superman movie by James Gunn? Yeah, I enjoyed it. I thought it was, you know, it didn't blow my fucking mind. It wasn't amazing, but yeah, no, it was better than I thought it was going to be. I'll definitely say that. No, I enjoyed it. I thought it was a fun movie. Yeah, definitely wasn't like earth-shattering or, you know, holy shit moment, but it was good. I enjoyed it. I actually liked Mr. Terrific the most out of everybody, honestly. Well, him and Lois Lane. Rosnahan was an amazing casting. It's a fun movie. I haven't rewatched it yet. I probably will eventually. Maybe before Man of Tomorrow comes out next summer. I may rewatch it, but it's not a movie I'm dying to rewatch. It didn't blow me away to that level, but it's also not one I'm going to refuse to rewatch because it was shit either. So, yeah, I liked it. I didn't love it, but I liked it. I thought it was cool. I mean, I still think Man of Steel is better. I still think the first two Christopher Reeve Superman movies are better. 3 and 4 were. Oh, yes. But Superman 1 and 2 from back in the day, better. But, yeah. You got to watch it again. I think the end fight was very cool when he spun around. Oh, yeah, with the heat vision just... That was kind of cool, yeah. You want to watch the original live action? Yes, you definitely want to watch the Donner Superman. 100% you do. All right. Oh, yeah, DC Comics is fucking crushing it. That is 100% accurate. Yeah, the Absolute line is crushing all. Like it, DC's fucking Marvel up on the page currently. Um, they have yet to do it on screen, but they're definitely killing it on the page. That is facts. They need to make an anime based on Absolute Batman. That would honestly probably be the best way to do that. Doing Absolute Batman in live action would be rough. And I don't know how you could do justice to the Absolute Universe in PG-13 movies, which is what you would have to do for like the widest possible audience in a theater. That is. So I think you're right, Brooke. Animated, if not specifically anime, is probably the best way to do that. Excuse me. Yeah. So all right, you ready to get Marvelly up in this bitch chat? Let's get Marvelly. Let's talk some motherfucking Marvel. All right, so quick little tidbit, which I want you to keep in the back of your mind for when we get into the Alex Perez Q&A. But according to Forbes, Mr. Joe Locke here has signed a multi-picture deal with Marvel Studios to play Wiccan. Now, this is not really a shocker. We kind of anticipated this, honestly. Now, Vision Quest is a show, but it's pretty possible that he'll pop up at the end of that. We know they're planning to do stuff with the Young Avengers / Champions for some stupid ass reason, like on their own instead of ensembling them. So not a big surprise, but you know it's now official, right? Joe Locke going to be hanging around for a hot minute to be Wiccan, and they said multi-picture deal, so we're going to see him on the big screen repeatedly. Which, as an individual character, I've very much enjoyed him in acting, and I very much want to see more of him in the MCU. That said, I do not want a shit ton of emphasis on the Young Avengers / Champions on their own. Bring them in to bigger titles. Right? Like, bring them in to a big crossover event, or like, I don't know. Maybe I would bring him in under an X-Men title. I would bring him in under an Avengers title, or maybe actually no. since Billy and Tommy are Wanda's kids, if they, after the reset, make Wanda a mutant like she should be, or better explain that, because it's established that her and her brother in the MCU, it's established that they got their powers from Loki's scepter, which we found out in Infinity War was actually the Mind Stone. Or no, we found out in Age of Ultron was actually the Mind Stone. Or contained the Mind Stone, that scepter. The way I would do it is I would say, instead of their powers specifically coming from the Mind Stone itself, that the Mind Stone triggered their X gene. And so that, despite the fact that it looked like they got their powers from the Mind Stone itself, what the Mind Stone did was activate their X gene, which had been suppressed by He Who Remains, like all X genes, which is why there have been no mutants in the MCU to this point. So I would say the Mind Stone triggered the X gene, and so yeah, Wanda's a mutant. And then, then you can bring them in under an X-Men title or what have you. But them getting like their own solo movie, the only way they could no, because that's not even the whole Champions shit. Anyway, so I mean, yeah. I mean, unfortunately, they do have like a fair chunk of the team already established in the MCU. It did come out the other day that Catherine Newton is confirmed to be in Doomsday as Cassie Lang. A lot of people are saying that Iman Vellani is going to be in Doomsday as Ms. Marvel. And then Alex talked about, just, keep Young Avengers and Champions pinned. Table it. Pin it in the back of your brain. Because it'll come up again later, but yeah. Come on. Do your thing. Thank you. So. One last quick little DC note that I just scrolled by here in my bookmarks here is that it's a good thing they announced that Audrey Arjona is going to be in that movie, because it's looking like they're going to start filming Man of Tomorrow Monday. And they're going to run that shoot through August 21st. Monday's the 20th. So they're looking at a 4-month shoot across Atlanta and Cleveland. And Secret Wars is expected to start filming this June, which is dope. Brutal! What's happening, man? How'd your stream go earlier? I mean, I saw the notifications. You're like, settings test, ignore. But then I saw you actually did like a full stream earlier, but I was doing stuff with Mrs. Chillin, so I couldn't watch, unfortunately. But good to see you, though, my guy. You doing all right? Things good? How's the leg? Doing surprisingly well. Now that you brought it up, I got that big ass. Y'all saw the picture I put with that big ass fucking contraption on. That's gone on Wednesday. I mean, it's still got a wrap on it and shit, but it's Now I've always been a pretty quick, good healer overall in my life, but now I'm 50, so I'm actually fairly surprised at how well I'm doing. A week out, 8 days out now, because I had the procedure not yesterday, but last week Friday. What topic are we on currently? My surgery from last Friday. But we're about to get into the Doomsday trailer. That's next. Yeah, no, it's doing surprisingly well. I'm not supposed to be putting weight on it, but I'm walking around just fine because fuck that doctor. But also, again, I'm kind of surprised that at the age of 50, I'm healing as well as I am. So I'm thinking also me doing as well as I am is a testament to the doctors that actually did the procedure. Yes, I'm 50. As of last October 13th. Yep, 10/13/75 is when I was born, so 10/13/25 I turned 50. Doesn't doesn't all the gray kind of give it away? I mean, you thought man, fuck you, Spicy Dan. You thought I was older. Eat a dick. I love you, but also eat a dick. Yeah, the only stream I've missed was the one last Saturday, like the day after the procedure. I did the watch parties this week, and now I'm back tonight. So, yeah, no, we're good on streaming going forward. I just had to skip the one. Because with that contraption on, it was way too big a pain in the ass based on the setup that I have here and, like, space constraints and shit. It was too uncomfortable. Like, I tried, but that wasn't happening. But it felt better on Tuesday, so I did that watch party. And then Wednesday, I got it off. So I was really good for Wednesday night's watch party, and I'm good going forward. So, yeah. I almost wished you ill in something, but then I thought better of it. Because I would have been way too rude. I must wipe my spectacles. Give me a moment here. All right. So, let us talk about that Doomsday trailer, but I'm going to go into the reactions to it by prefacing it with something that I'm continually seeing that is absolutely driving me bonkers, and I will now be repeatedly crashing out about it at people on Twitter. So y'all remember when the last Dune 3 trailer dropped and all the Dune fans were losing their mind and being like, Marvel's fucked come December. And I'm like, bro, we haven't even seen the trailer yet. Shut the fuck up. Well, at Warner Brothers panel at Cinemacon on Tuesday, they showed like, I think the first 7 or so minutes of the actual movie itself, like the opening scene. And of course, again, everyone's going nuts and like, oh, Marvel's fucked. They should have moved. And again, I have to point out, bitch, we haven't even seen the Doomsday trailer yet. Like, you have no idea. Like, you have half the story, basically, is what that boils down to. So we have Dune fans and, like, cinephiles who prefer more elevated stuff out there talking mad shit on Doomsday, saying they should have moved, Marvel should be scared, yada, yada, yada. And this was all before yesterday when the Doomsday trailer was shown at Cinemacon. So, but yeah, I'm choosing verbal violence going for the next 8 months for people talking shit on Doomsday. And mind you, the trailer hasn't been publicly released. It was just shown at Cinemacon. Period. Like, security was literally walking the auditorium while it was going on. There were multiple reports on this. And if they saw someone with their phone out, they're like, thank you. You can have this back at the end of the panel. And then they were checking people's phones on the way out and deleting shit. If people thought if people were slick enough to avoid the initial sweep, they were stopped by security on the way out and forced to delete shit, which is why we have been getting nothing but AI bullshit since Thursday with that trailer. Like, literally nothing on the internet now that claims it's from the Doomsday trailer at Cinemacon, it's all bullshit. It is all bullshit. So yeah, if you see something on social media, any platform, that's like, this is from the Cinemacon Doomsday trailer. It's not. It's just not. They locked that motherfucking shit down. Again, to the point where they're literally snatching phones during the presentation and on the way out. Like, show me your videos and deleting shit. Like, nobody got anything out of that motherfucker. Nobody. So, if you see something anywhere on the interwebs being like, oh, hey, look, this is from the Cinemacon trailer. It's not. It's fucking fabricated. And it's garbage. And it's bullshit. You watched the trailer, Doom wiping out the Council of Kings. It was entertaining. Oh, I bet it was. And if that actually does happen in the movie, I'm totally down for it. Like, I would. Of course, I did see a report the other day that like, King's not even going to be mentioned, which I'm also fine with. Right? Like, the only reason I would even want King addressed in that movie would be for Doom to fucking take the entire council to Pound Town and destroy them. What up, Nate? We are getting into the Doomsday trailer from Cinemacon. Cinemacon. We're about to get into that shit. We're going to get into reactions, and then we're going to watch Brandon Davis's summary from his YouTube video. Excuse me. Yeah, that's where we're at. So, let us now dive into, as I said, some initial reactions from attendees after seeing the trailer. Oh, well, hello there. You are a dumb spider showing yourself. Excuse me for a second. I would leave the spider alone, but Mrs. Chillin is an arachnophobe, so I cannot allow this fucker to continue. I might have missed and just knocked it down. Well, buddy, you're out of my sight, so you're safe. Don't make the mistake of letting me see you again, though. You will fucking die. Just so you're aware. Anyway. Hopefully they do pick up the Kang story again eventually. I'm totally fine with them reintroducing Kang like sometime after 2030. I don't want to see that motherfucker again like right after the reset. Like, get the reset done. Get us well into the Mutant Saga. Actually, check that. I don't want to see him until about 2033 because the Mutant Saga starts in 28 after Secret Wars in December 27. Yeah. So, and if Marvel holds to form, the Mutant Saga is going to be about 10 years. I think Feige even talked about it being 10 years. So, I don't want to see him really any sooner than halfway through. So, I don't want to see Kang till at the earliest 2033. That's just me, though. Like, I'm fine with it. I'm bringing him back into the fold. But again, I don't want to see him till about halfway through the Mutant Saga. And they need to not make him a bitch like they did in Quantumania, losing to the Ant-Man. Like, that's what really fucked me. It wasn't Majors getting in trouble and them having to fire him. It was them totally nerfing him and making him a big old bitch in Quantumania. So, you know, if they have Apocalypse as the big bad before he returns, yes, I 100% agree, but I do not want the Rock Apocalypse. A lot of people are like, make Dwayne Johnson Apocalypse. No! Do not do that. I also don't want Oscar Isaac back as Apocalypse because that was a ridiculously bad casting as well. Not because Oscar Isaac sucks. He's actually a really good actor. I enjoyed him as Moon Knight. But yeah, Oscar Isaac as Apocalypse, blah, that was stupid as fuck. Anywho, all right, so Doomsday trailer. As I was saying, Kang should be introduced after we deal with Franklin and Nathaniel time traveling. Yes. 100% agree. Anywho, so we haven't gotten to see it yet, and that's a whole nother fucking rant. But there is an actual Doomsday trailer in existence, and it was shown at Cinemacon. And as predicted by people who don't have their heads up their cinephile asses, like blowing their wads all over Dune. Yeah, no, that's not happening. It ain't gonna be Doomsday is not gonna be that long. Doomsday will probably be between 2.5 and 3 hours long. About the same. It'll probably be about as long as Infinity War, honestly. Maybe a little. But, so yeah, Thursday night, the now officially existing Doomsday trailer was shown to Cinemacon at the Disney panel. And as expected by people, again, who don't have their heads up their asses and are totally, glazing the absolute fuck out of Dune 3, it blew people away, as I'm sure all of us expected would happen, right? So let's check out some of the reactions on the TwitX. And then after that, we will check out Brandon Davis's summary/breakdown video about the trailer. Because, New Rockstars did one, a couple other people did one, but Brandon Davis has been solid in the game for a while, so we're going to watch his. Pierce Brosnan should totally be Nathaniel. He's a little old, isn't he, at this point? For Nathaniel, don't they need someone a little bit younger? That motherfucker's got to be 70. Yeah, he's 70 fucking 2. We need someone a little younger. In-game release might reach 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's entirely possible because they're adding deleted scenes and all kinds of fun shit to that. That is very, very fun. All right. So. Oh, we're getting there, Brooke. We are getting there. We are getting there. First, do this real quick. Noise. All right. He's time traveling, but he should be older than Pedro. Oh yeah, yeah, of course. No, I mean, yeah, if he's around Pedro's age or a little bit older, that's fine. But like, Pierce Brosnan is 20 plus years older than Pedro Pascal. Brosnan's 72. I think Pedro's 9. Yeah, he's 51. Oh, he just turned 51. He was born April 2nd, 75. And I'll be 51 in 8 months and 11 days after that. So, yeah, he's my age, basically. 8 months old. But yeah, we don't need to go 20 plus years older. That's a little redundant. I think the new Guardians team will eventually return in Secret Wars. No. Quill will, since he's on Earth. But yeah, no, I honestly don't think they're going to fuck around with the new Guardians team till after the reset. That's just my opinion, though. Pure speculation, pure opinion. But yeah, I have no evidence of that one way or the other. But yeah, I think they're going to wait on those guys. I mean, the Guardians did pop up in the comics in Time Runs Out when, like, the Shi'ar recruited, like, everyone in the fucking galaxy to come blow up Earth to preserve the main universe. They popped up in that part, but other than that, they really didn't have much to do with Time Runs Out or Secret Wars at all. So I don't anticipate them being shoehorned into this. There are going to be enough motherfuckers in these two movies as it is. Like, real talk. So, yeah, I saw a thing. There's a quote from Feige in an interview with, I can't remember who right now, but yeah, he's quoted as saying there's points in times where they had 30 to 35 actors on the set of Doomsday at once. So, yeah. They definitely should keep making Guardians movies. I do agree with that. I don't know who they're going to get to do them, because the only one that's done them so far is the Goon, who's currently, obviously, running DC right now. So I'd be interested to see who they do get for that. But yeah, no, they should keep making Guardians movies, for sure. I don't know that they need to be as significant as they were during the Infinity Saga. But yeah, no, they should definitely also not be ignored. All right, God damn it, chat, quit triggering my fucking ADD. I need to stay the course for a few minutes, please. Anyway, all right, so social media reactions. Well, Twitter reactions to the Doomsday trailer that was shown at Cinemacon this past Thursday evening. From Brandon Davis, the Avengers Doomsday trailer is purely glorious, and as a Marvel fan, he's also a big DC fan because he's the one that Josh lost $500 to on the Superman versus Fantastic Four box office bet. I am just floored by what a dream that movie looks like. Let me read that again. The Avengers Doomsday trailer is purely glorious. And as a Marvel fan, I am just floored by what a dream that movie looks like. Next one. I don't know who this Hunter Bolding person is, but this person says, besides the usual moronic suspects screaming performatively, I'm sure he's talking about Soups and other people like him. I have never heard or felt a reaction like that at Cinemacon to the Avengers Doomsday trailer. Let me clean up his grammar. He's never heard or felt a reaction like that at Cinemacon, as he has to the Avengers Doomsday trailer. Fix his post just a little bit. A little editing. So yeah. Never heard or felt a reaction like that at Cinemacon. Robert Meyer Burnett. Didn't go too wordy. He just said, God damn. Hashtag Doomsday. Brandon Davis again, and here's what you were talking about, Brooke. The trailer ended, and I just had to yell out, play it again! I don't know if I was the first to do, but it expired. Okay, obviously autocorrect fucked him, so I'm gonna fix this as I go. I don't know if I was the first to do it, but it expanded through the entire place. Avengers Doomsday was the first movie to truly turn almost every professional at Cinemacon into an excited fan. They played it again. So not only did this trailer blow the audience away, the Doomsday trailer blew the audience away to the point where people requested them to play it again, and Feige was like, fucking do it. First time that's ever happened at CinemaCon, or really anywhere. Well, I don't know about anywhere, but that's the first time it's ever happened at CinemaCon. Someone should have worn video recording glasses to CinemaCon. Yeah. Yeah, like I've seen, you're not the first person I've seen bring that up. People are like, okay, fine, they were fucking around with phones, but what happened to meta glasses? Now, here's what I don't know about meta glasses is where do they send their video to? Would they send it to a phone? Would they send it to an outside computer? And if so, how close do they have to be to that outside computer? So while I think that's a dope idea to use the meta glasses, I don't actually know if that would have been possible because of where it would have had to send the recording to. Now, if there's enough storage in the glasses to save it, and then you can upload it to something later, fucking A. That would have been a really great idea. I just don't know how those work. So I don't know if that would have worked or not, but I mean, it's a great idea. But yeah, so yeah, they literally played that motherfucker twice from crowd demand. That's never happened at CinemaCon before. We move on. Scott Menzel. I'm familiar with the name. I don't know where he's from. I don't feel like checking, but his reaction. The hype the hype after the Avengers Doomsday trailer at CinemaCon is insane. The crowd completely lost it, and the footage genuinely gave me goosebumps. It feels like it's bringing back what the MCU has been lacking and could mark a major reset for Marvel Studios. Okay, nope, I'm not getting into that one because I'll just go and fucking shit on that motherfucker. Anyway. And this idiot means 180. Sorry. These are the type of motherfuckers I'm going to be crashing out on for the next 8 months. Or had a strap on to hold your phone to your chest and open your vest when the trailer played. Okay. See, when I first glanced over, all I saw was strap on, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay. Now that I read the whole comment, cool. That would have been an interesting attempt for sure. But yeah, like out of the corner of my eye, all I saw was strap on. I'm like, cool. Anyway, so all right, so that was that reaction. Exactly, Spicy Dan. Okay. Oh, Brandon Davis chimes back in. I've genuinely never seen CinemaCon have a reaction like this, and it's my 11th time here. Oh, you don't have to apologize. I mean, if you haven't figured it out by now, I'm a big old gooner perv anyway. So, and so's most of my community if they're willing to be honest about it, which is another reason why this community works so well, is because we're pretty much all gooners and pervs. Not like, uber gooners and pervs to the point where it's like, ew, but we're definitely gooners and pervs. Okay. Anywho, so yeah, no need to apologize, Sanoff, at all. Yeah, so Again, I've genuinely never seen Cinemacon have a reaction like this, and it's my 11th time here. So he doesn't say it over the span of how many years, but I mean, motherfucker's been there 11 times and never seen anything like that. That says something, even on its own. And then Robert Meyer Burnett chimes back in. He says, also, it must be said the accent RDJ has adopted for Victor Von Doom is pretty great. Now, that is really good to hear. And if he and Robert Meyer Burnett, well, some of the stances he takes absolutely annoys the fuck out of me. He knows his shit. Like, I will not deny him that. The man knows his shit. So if RDJ's accent had been whack, he would have been pretty quick to say that too. But he's pretty quick to be saying it's great, which is fun. Because, check. People dug up, and I'm not 100% sure where this from. But people found this clip of RDJ doing what sounds like an Eastern European accent that would fit for Doctor Doom, and he's on stage with Ben Stiller and somebody else. I'm not sure what they're talking about. But people are speculating that this is probably his Doctor Doom voice. You just try to score a screen so you can see the Chipotle ad. All right, so check this shit out, chat. This is just a quick little 11-second clip, but it's him doing, like, deepening his normal voice and throwing in an Eastern European accent. And people are like, that could very well be the Doom accent. So let's see what you guys think. And remember, Robert Meyer Burnett was like, that accent was great. So let's check this shit out, chat.
We're here to talk about a little movie called Tropic Thunder, okay?
Okay, so
Iron,
the most
whatever.
famous mass murderer.
How do you feel? We're here to talk about a little
it's
movie
not
called
much.
Tropic Thunder, okay?
Tony Stark,
Iron,
the most
whatever.
famous mass murderer.
See, not a lot, but again, deepens his voice, adopts a big old Eastern European accent. They said Thor had spoken during. Yes. What do you guys think of that? He's quoting the Warlord from Iron Man. Oh, okay. But yeah, how would you guys feel if that's what he is? If that's the voice he's employing to be Doctor Doom, I think it fucking works. You don't think that's it, but show skill? Totally fair. So you don't think that's it, but you believe Robert Meyer Burnett that whatever he did do with it is dope? Totally fair. I'm here for that. I think it could. I don't know if it's going to be that exactly, but I think it's pretty close. Because I mean, Romani are Eastern European stock. I mean, they're not like pure white people like RDJ is, but you know, the Romani that the general public is most familiar with is from Eastern European stock. Have you ever seen Sherlock Holmes: A Game of Shadows? Like they ended up with gypsies, which is kind of a derogatory term for the Romani these days, or at least they consider it that. Some do, some don't. So yeah, obviously people are massively speculating that that's it. I think it could be something like that. I think that was a bit too Russian. I feel like a more accurate accent would be something closer to like a Transylvanian accent, like how Dracula sounds. Like how Dracula sounds. I am Victor Von Doom. not super heavy Russian like the Red Guardian. A little more subtle. Some of that edge off of it, but yeah. If he sounded like Gary Oldman in the Bram Stoker's Dracula 90s movie, I think that would work really well. Something along those lines. But like Nate said, it, probably not necessarily that per se, but if it's like that, he gonna sound good. But it would still be hilarious if he was like, read the Richard or hello Avengers. My name is Doom. It obviously won't be, but that would be funny as fuck. But, you know what I mean? But overall, what do you guys think of that shit? Could be cool. And then we have a new official synopsis. It says, beloved heroes from 3 distinct universes will be set on a deadly collision course and face an existential threat unlike anything they've ever encountered. Okay, so, not super specific, but I think there's one key thing that we can take away that is probably true. It's still kind of speculation, deduction, whatever you want to call it. But that first line, or that first part, beloved heroes from 3 distinct universes. Obviously, 616. Got the Fantastic Four from 828. And, of course, the X-Men from their universe, which, while still unconfirmed, is probably the 10005. So, 616, 828, X-Men. Deadpool, 10005. Which I think fully eliminates 838 from the equation. Now, it might get mentioned. It might get shown being victimized by an incursion. But it looks like 838, as introduced in Multiverse of Madness, really is not going to be playing a part in this movie. Beloved here, and this is the official synopsis, by the way. Beloved heroes from 3 distinct universes. 616, since they're bringing the Fantastic Four in, that's 828, and the X-Men universe. So, I think if anyone was hoping to see 838 in this, I think you're out of fucking luck, yo. I think you are out of luck. All right. Let me just put a tab in more. Probably not. We're already at 2 hours. I don't need to go over this other bullshit. All right, cool. Actually, no, I do need to keep that up for this one. All right, cool. So, chat. Oops. Can't have that. Oh. Okay. Cool. I had to step away. What do you miss? Oh, just the. Well, here. Can I keep it or did Okay, nope, I kept it. All right, just the synopsis, which says, beloved heroes from 3 distinct universes will be set on a deadly collision course and face an existential threat unlike anything they've ever encountered. And so, basically, what I'm taking away from that is 838 is not going to be in this motherfucker because it says 3 distinct universes, which is obviously 616, has to be 828 because of the Fantastic Four, and then the X-Men universe, which we are pretty sure is 10005. So if you were hoping for 838, I think you're fucking shit out of luck. Is really all you missed. So those were the reactions. To sum up all those reactions, the trailer was fucking amazing. People lost their goddamn minds. There's a reaction unlike anything that's ever happened at Cinemacon prior. And it's the only time that a trailer has been asked for and asked to be played again and was. In other words, that thing hit like the fucking hydrogen bomb we knew it was gonna. I think 10,005 is on a different trip. Well, then that's not going to be in there either. Whatever universe they decide is the X-Men universe, which will not be 838, is the third universe. 616, 828, and X-Men. Which, whether it's 10,005 or a different one, ain't going to be the 838. Because Charles is alive in whatever X-Men universe is coming, and he fucking dead in 838, courtesy of Wanda and Multiverse of Madness. So. All right. So those are the reactions, like the social media reactions. Next up is we're going to watch Brandon Davis's like full breakdown of it with like details and shit. But before we do that, Chillin's going to go pee-pee. And then we'll get into that. Yeah. No, 828. 828. Because there's no Fantastic Four in 838. At least not the ones we were introduced to. And there's no Reed Richards in 828 or 38. Because Wanda turned him into spaghetti. It's 616, 828. The recently established Fantastic Four universe and X-Men. 838 is done. Can't be the X-Men universe because Charles dead in that. And it can't be Fantastic Four because Reed also dead in that. So 616, 828, and X-Men. Well, the only X-Men we have sent off is Fox. That's all we have. We don't have MCU X-Men yet. So it's going to be the Fox X-Men. Some version of them. All right, now I'm going pee. So, as more proof of how big Gooner Purrs we are, I'm going to leave you with this. And I'll be back. All right, Chad, I have to take her away now. Ah! I know. Yeah. Yeah. All I got to say is love her or hate her. When it comes to like hotties on the planet, she's a 1%er. Like, say what else you want about her. Say she's a shitty actress. Say she's a great actress. Say her politics suck. Whatever you want to say. One thing that is undeniable by like people that are being even like 2% rational is she's a 1%er when it comes to the hot chicks in the globe, around the world. She's a 1%er. Your wife started watching Euphoria recently? I haven't watched it yet. Is it like actually a good show outside of her being naked off and on? Like, is it a show actually worth watching, or because I can, Google's the thing. If I want to find her nude scenes, I'll just fucking search them. If the show's worth it, maybe I'll watch it, like as a show. All right. So now that we have gone over the ridiculously positive from rational people reactions to the trailer, let us now watch a breakdown of the Doomsday presentation, courtesy of one Brandon Davis. It's so weird and out there that it keeps you watching. Oh, okay. That's interesting. I've seen shows where that concept works for me, and I've seen shows where that concept doesn't. So if they did the weird out there the right way, then yeah, I probably would stick with watching it. One of the main characters is trans, though. I don't fucking care. I couldn't care less. I mean, that one character in Ironheart, the African American one, was obviously part of the Alphabet Mafia, so I don't give two shits. Well, I mean, most days I actually do give two shits, but, not about that. All I remember of Euphoria is it's what parents today should worry about for their high school kids. There's an interesting diner episode with Zendaya all in a booth. The whole episode was in the booth? That better be a well-written episode. Anywho, so, chat. Let us now check out what Brandon Davis had to say about the presentation, the reaction, and I'm pretty sure he gives like all the deets of what he saw. Just pulled up real quick.
Canada-Russia fund.
Shut up for a second. Oops. Do this. I don't need to be in this shot. No. Sex from Game of Thrones meets a teenage weeds. Oh, I fucking love Game of Thrones and I love weeds. Damn, I may have to actually watch that show. Just a conversation with some middle-aged dude. Hopefully it was a well-written... Like, I appreciate good dialogue. It's one of the things I love about Quentin Tarantino's films. Say what you want about him. He can write some motherfucking dialogue, bro. So, all right. So let's check out this breakdown of the whole presentation from Brandon Davis. Excuse me.
Showcasing the two most talked about prospects in the world.
We will be seeing each other.
We've got a lot of ground today, but I think there's one more thing. Yes, one more thing.
They allowed some recording,
So
but not of the trailer itself,
Universe
obviously.
is the most successful film franchise of all time. Over 17 years, Marvel Studios has 37 movies that have brought in nearly $33 billion at the global box office.
I love how they just start off with flexing on everybody with this. at least for me, this is an amazing reminder for all the Marvel doubters like, bitches. In case you all forgot, this is what we've done.
This year, the crown jewel, or should I say the Infinity Gauntlet of the franchise, the Avengers series, returns to the big screen.
And as you can see clearly right here, they are not fucking moving. They were never going to move, despite Campia's report of discussions. It was never going to fucking happen. Let's just make that clear.
The clock is literally ticking down to December 18, when Avengers Doomsday hits cinemas everywhere. And our goal is to do it bigger than ever before. To help us do that, we're assembling the best auditoriums around the world as we proudly introduce Infinity Vision.
Well, hello, welcome back to the channel. And in this video, you're going to see parts of the Cinemacon presentation.
All right, now before we get into this, that Infinity Vision thing, while I'm going to be brutally honest, it's a very cool concept, but it's not actually new technology. Like, obviously, this is how they're doing, like, the counter IMAX hype that Dune 3 has. But it's more along the lines of a quote-unquote certification, as it were. But yeah, it's not actually new technology. There's nothing new being installed at theaters for Infinity Vision to, be a thing. It's more along the lines of they're just going to go around to theaters and like look at what they have and go, okay, yep, this works. It's Infinity Vision. It's packaging. It's really nothing more than a new label on a snack. Yeah, it's just new packaging. It's a marketing ploy, but it'll probably work, which is fun. Vision question: Wonder Man. Do you think Vision and Wonder Man will appear in either Doomsday or She? There have already been rumors that Wonder Man's going to be in one of those. Vision, I think, will be in one of those, possibly both. Yeah, I guess maybe, probably, possibly. Vision, I think, has got the higher possibility than Wonder Man, but there have been rumors about both of them being in at least one or the other.
From Disney, which involved Avengers Doomsday. I can't release the full presentation. I took the highlights, a few minutes worth of footage to put in here for you, and I'm also going to give you my full description and reaction to the trailer, which we watched twice. Before I play the footage of Robert Downey Jr. joining the Russo brothers who joined Kevin Feige on stage at Cinemacon, I first have to say thank you. Thank you so much to every single person who has supported this channel and gotten me to the point today, which if you've been following for a while, you probably know why this is such an awesome full circle moment. I just refreshed my phone, YouTube Studio, and I saw we surpassed 100,000 subscribers on this channel. Thank you.
I really wish they had the 10-second thing on here like they do on the mobile. I could just be like, beep, beep. So hopefully he doesn't take too long saying thank you. I mean, it's obviously appropriate. Motherfucker's going to get his 100,000 subscriber plaque from YouTube in the mail probably in a couple weeks or whatever. But, yeah, so he definitely does owe the thank you. I just hope he doesn't take too fucking long with it is all I'm saying.
So much. I hope you'll enjoy this video. I hope you'll go check out the Mandalorian and Grogu set visit I did. And I'll have more from Cinemacon. I will have Ask BD releasing on the Brandon Davis Show on Patreon this Friday, and the video and podcast version of it will release on Monday. You can submit your questions to thebrandondavisShow@gmail.com. And I'm thrilled to continue rolling out Daredevil Born Again Season 2 interviews right here on the channel and more beyond that. But right now it's about Avengers Doomsday. I just know we have a pretty big audience here for this one, I'm sure. I had to plug a few other things on the channel if you're new to it. I hope you'll subscribe and stick around after you watch this footage of Downey, Anthony, and Joe.
I'm pretty much only here for this, Brandon, and maybe occasional interviews, but I'm not subscribing. Sorry, not subscribing.
And Kevin Feige at Cinemacon. I'm going to share my thoughts on it, and then I'll show what happened after.
Also, chat. Me and the wife went to the store to pick up a few things for dinner, and they were having these little shots 10 for 10. So, to celebrate Marvel reestablishing its dominance with a trailer, and suck it, cinephiles and elevated genre fans and Dune 3 fans. Y'all about to get bitch slapped all over the fucking theater. Cheers. Oh, that actually is pretty good. I wasn't sure. Ooh. Look at that. Goddamn glare. Look at that chat. 99 proof. You weren't fucking around with that. Okay. That's just a little quick side thing. Just had to issue that toast to Marvel reestablishing its dominance without even publicly releasing the trailer yet, just on word of mouth about it.
After they showed the trailer when I was able to form these thoughts, and we'll wrap it up. So, see you in a sec.
It's been a heck of a week, right? It's been a good week. I've been following
The Hat
all
Man.
the awesome-
Look at how thin he fucking looks. Now, a lot of people are like, he Ozempic. Honestly, chat, I wouldn't be surprised if that's stress. Could be both. He could be GLP-1ing it up, or it could be stress, or it could be a combination of the two. But our homie's looking way thinner. Look at, he never had this much jawline before. Just an observation.
Movies being announced that I'm going to go see in your theaters. There was one at the beginning of the week. Do you remember that was called Spider-Man Brand New Day? We're excited for that one. We're very excited for that one again in July with our friends at Sony. We're excited because to us, it's all about the theatrical experience. And in the lead up to Doomsday, we're thrilled to bring Avengers Endgame back to theaters this September as an Infinity Vision release. Reliving the unmatched collective experience of seeing this movie in a theater with an audience. Endgame is one of our biggest, most emotional movies, and we have a whole new in-theater experience for fans with never-before-seen footage and a few.
God damn it. Sorry, it was a fun beat.
Just what the mayor ordered.
Oh, Black Cat ad her rivals. How fun.
Two new surprises.
Okay,
Now,
let me rewind this a bit.
Doomsday, whole new in-theater experience for fans with never-before-seen footage and a
Hold up.
few new surprises.
A little bit farther back. Thank you. Here we go.
Infinity Vision release. Reliving the unmatched collective experience of seeing this movie in a theater with an audience. Endgame is one of our biggest, most emotional movies, and we have a whole new in-theater experience for fans with never-before-seen footage and a few new surprises.
So as Brooke brought up a while ago, when he's talking about how Doomsday could, or the re-release of Endgame could be like over 3.5 hours long, or whoever brought it up. Was it Brooke? I think it was Brooke. If it wasn't Brooke, Brooke got credit, and my bad to whoever actually said it. Wow, I didn't even mean to make that rhyme. He doesn't look Ozempic. He looks overworked. That was my first reaction, Nate. I'm like, God damn, that's fucking him up. But I think the Doomsday trailer will release when Mandalorian and Grogu releases. It better release before that. That's not till May 25th, dog. That's a whole nother month. They make us wait another month. People are going to be pissed. So yeah, no, I think it'll come out. It better come out before then, and I think it will. I think once Feige leaves, people will kiss him in the MCU movie side. Will go down if they pick the wrong person. Miss him. Okay. They'll miss him in the MCU movie side. Will go down if they pick. Well, yeah, if they pick the wrong person, that for sure will happen. I think it's going to be Brad Winderbaum, the head of Marvel Television right now. That's what I think it's going to be. But I'll also tell you this much. A lot of people are like, he's probably going to leave. He'll get the Yin Saga going, but he's going to dip soon after Secret Wars. No, he is fucking not. He is going to stay for the entire Mutant Saga. and play with the toys he's had since 2000 with all his other toys. Oh, you said it? My bad, Nate. I knew someone did. My bad, dog. My bad. My apologies. But yeah. You haven't seen a commercial in forever? That was unsettling. That's funny. Okay, so anyway, now that I've addressed Chad a little bit more, getting back to what he just said. Actually, I'm just going to let him say it again because I'll probably fuck it up.
Reliving the unmatched collective experience of seeing this movie in a theater with an audience. Endgame is one of our biggest, most emotional movies, and we have a whole in-theater experience for fans with never-before-seen footage and a few new surprises.
Never before seen footage and a few new surprises. And I am sure one of those new surprises is going to be a post-credit scene which will lead it directly into Doomsday. Like, I don't see any way that's not one of the new surprises. What do you guys think? And I'll bet you guys remember that one deleted scene where RDJ, Iron Man, Tony Stark, was talking to like grown-up Morgan. I'll bet you that gets back in there too. And then I don't know what else will get back in there because I don't have like the DVD or the Blu-ray of it, so I don't know what deleted scenes were included in like the special features or whatever. But I'll bet you that's one of them. But we'll see.
Now, Avengers Doomsday picks up where Endgame left off, but it also goes all the way back to the original X-Men, finally, bringing the crossover event that fans have been waiting for with Avengers and the X-Men together on the screen for the very first time. Ladies,
is going to lead directly. Wait a minute. What? Fuck. What were his exact words? Hold on.
it goes all the way back to the original X-Men, finally, fans with never-before-seen footage and a few new surprises. Now, Avengers Doomsday picks up where Endgame left off, but it also goes all the way back to the original X-Men, finally, bringing the crossover event that fans have been waiting for with Avengers and the X-Men together on the screen for the very first time.
Okay, so again, specifically says Endgame is going to lead directly into Doomsday, but also circle back to the original X-Men. Not sure quite how sure they're going to do that simultaneously, which is why I'm here in my house and that motherfucker is out in Cali doing what he's doing. But yeah. And he's right. We have been waiting for this for essentially 26 years. At a minimum, 18, because Iron Man came out in 2008, or if you want to push it all the way to the first Avengers movie, 14 years, because Avengers came out in 2012. So, yeah, he ain't fucking wrong at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony and Joe Russo.
Hello, everybody.
Hey there.
Victor Von Doom is the greatest Marvel villain of all time. Yes, he is greater than Thanos.
Hold on, before they get into that, I'm going to answer Sin up here. So basically, is Endgame the only movie people need to have watched for Doomsday? No, I would not say that. Anything, I would say specifically, Multiverse of Madness would be useful, obviously, because multiverse. Shit, I had another one, and it just jumped out of my fucking brain. Goddamn ADD. I'm thinking No Way Home would probably be a good one to watch. Even the Marvels, just because of the ending and the post-credit scene. Actually, mostly just skip to the end of Marvels and then watch the post-credit scene. So yeah, those are probably also relevant just in terms of how the multiverse works. and so far as shows go, Loki. I would say those are probably, I don't know if essential, but they will definitely provide good info to help understand Doomsday. But yeah, I don't think Endgame's the only movie. I would put Multiverse of Madness and No Way Home in there as well. I'd argue Kingpin is better than Doom, but that's my opinion. Doom has the armor that Batman seems to have. No one has the armor that Batman has. Because Doom at least has, like, magic to go with his technology. Batman's just a dude with a shit ton of money and a shit ton of tech. And a genius level intellect. And insane hand-to-hand abilities. Yeah, no. The most insane plot armor in comics belongs to Batman. Period.
But he's not simply a villain. He's one of the most complex. Victor Von Doom is the greatest Marvel villain of all time. Yes, he is greater than Thanos.
That's actually true.
He's not simply a villain. He's one of the most complex Marvel characters. He's a scientist, a technologist, a genius,
Magician. There you go.
and he's always three
Thank
moves
you.
ahead of even the most brilliant heroes, which is what makes him virtually unbeatable. Now, there's only one person.
Now, when he's saying that he's always 3 moves ahead of the heroes, that's because he is part of the 3-person rotation for smartest person in the entire Marvel universe. It alternates between him, Reed Richards, and also Valeria Richards. It rotates between those 3 for the smartest person in the entire Marvel universe based on story need. But yeah, it's those 3. So yeah.
Person on the planet Earth who could take a character as complex as Dr. Doom and breathe the kind of life into him that could become a landmark cinematic event.
I did have to mute this part of the video, but I thought you'd want to see Robert Downey Jr. walking into Cinemacon through the crowd. He did this once before when he was playing Tony Stark. He entered Hall H at San Diego.
I want
with
his
one of the
shirt.
Iron Man hands on his
Look
hand.
at his
He was
shirt.
full Tony Stark. I mean, the guy's a showman. He's clearly, look at this, shaking theater owners' hands and stuff. It was a pretty fun entrance. I just had to mute it because there was music playing and YouTube would have struck it.
Reuniting
Fair.
with this amazing team after such a glorious run.
Okay. Oops. Hold on. I have to say this because I saw this. Give me a second.
Had to mute it because there was music playing and YouTube would have struck it.
I just got to point out this motherfucker does. We all know RDJ's short as shit, right? We know he's a short motherfucker. And we know that he constantly puts lifts in his shoes in his movies and shit, so he don't look so short. We know that Gwyneth Paltrow is not a short lady, and we know that the reason she was barefoot so often when she was on screen with him is because he's so damn short, right? Oh yeah, Deadpool and Wolverine too. Thank you. So I just got to point out that this motherfucker obviously never goes anywhere without the lifted shoes. I mean, look at this shit. It's just kind of funny to me. So I just had to point it out. Complete non sequitur, doesn't matter to anything. I'm just like that. So
Uniting with this amazing team after such a glorious run of success and creative joy, let alone as a new character, the Doctor, Victor Von. Look, he's right here.
I want that shirt. I want that fucking shirt, Chad.
To say the least. And you know what I want to do? What I want to do is give away like 37,000 spoilers right now. Should I, just for fun? But wait, hold, let's circle up, guys. Let me just check. Let's see if we can listen. Okay. How about instead of that, I just show you some footage, some stuff that no one has yet seen. I think that's a fair compromise, and this can only be known as the.
All right, man. Thanks for coming by. Always glad to see you, brother. Always good to see you, Mr. Nate. Have a good night, bro.
It was quite an epic rollout. Being in that room, you could just feel the excitement. And there was some pretty remarkable stuff shown at Cinemacon this year. Dune Part 3.
The most affordable German-engineered car brand in America is also the most fun. With high-performance handling, style, and space. Not to mention, woe-inducing turbo. What are you waiting for? Get in the...
Sorry, House of Pain comes on and I stick with
Thomas
it.
Crown Affair from Amazon MGM looks great. Spider-Man Brand New Day rolled out some safe footage, but it...
That wasn't... Hopefully I don't get struck for that fucking ad. Wait, I shouldn't because it's a YouTube ad, right? Right? Oh, no, I probably will. Hopefully not. Let me look at something real quick. Hold up. Hey. Warnings? Warnings? Am I good? Am I good? We all right here? I think we're okay. All right, cool. Cool. Back to it. Helps if I do that.
Showed the emotional weight that the MCU is bringing with that one during the Sony presentation on Monday. Spider-Verse was awesome. Whalefall, my goodness gracious. That Ask BD episode that's going to be on the Brandon Davis show, I'm going to cover all of that. But this is about Avengers Doomsday specifically, so we're going to stick to the topic here. But first, it's kind of Avengers Doomsday related. You heard Kevin Feige say Avengers Doomsday picks up where Endgame left off, which I think is a smart move. The whole world watched Endgame. We all will know where we are, what's happening when we check into the movie.
The whole world about to watch that motherfucker again in September, too, baby!
But also they're re-releasing Endgame in September as part of the Infinity Vision thing, which sounds like an opportunity in a way for fans to discover the best and highest quality, highest rated screens to watch a movie on, maybe the biggest screens. I'm not entirely clear on what it is. I read through an email about it. I listened to everything Kevin and the team there said at Cinemacon.
It's what, again, it's what Marvel is calling a certification of screens, but in reality, it's just a big old marketing ploy to attempt to deflect the fact that they have no IMAX, even though they really don't need it. You swap Infinity War for Shang-Chi? Okay.
Not entirely sure, but it sounds like a system to find the best screen available, the biggest screen available to watch your movies like Avengers Doomsday. And I don't think it's going to be limited to Marvel. I think Marvel Studios is just helping roll it out. But Avengers Endgame going back to theaters is something that's going to include...
Dog, they're calling it Infinity Vision. Infinity War, Infinity Saga, Infinity Vision. I mean, they might roll it out to other Disney products. It might not be Marvel exclusive, but I probably may have called it something else if it's not going to be Marvel exclusive. That's just me. But yeah.
Surprises. I do think that means Avengers Endgame is going to have a credit scene, which it didn't have the first time around. I think we might see something with Victor Von Doom, maybe Steve Rogers. It could be anything, but I definitely think Avengers Endgame, or maybe there's just parts of it that are expanded upon mid-movie. Maybe they shot a couple things in Doomsday that they're going to insert into Endgame to make the experience something that is new and exciting.
That makes sense.
After it's been 7 years since Endgame. It'll be fun to watch that movie again. I haven't watched it in a little while, but I think the fact that they're already confirming there will be additional surprises tacked on to the re-release of Endgame gives us a reason to go back as Marvel fans, as people who like going to the movies and buy a ticket to go see it. I'm curious to see what they put there.
Who the fuck isn't?
The Avengers Doomsday trailer. I've got my notes here. I've got my Twitter account here on my phone because I wanted to make sure I get all of this right. I tweeted a full description. I'm just going to add on to that in real time here. And my goodness, the way we all yelled out, play it again, which they did. We'll get to that in the footage that's about to come up here. I want to get the full description so I don't miss anything because I wrote this down so fast. It opened on Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. The sign is in the ground like we've seen.
Okay, buckle up your buttholes. Here we fucking go, Chad. I'm going to start it over. I'm going to rewind it just a little bit so we get it from the beginning, but I cannot wait to see this shit with my own eyeballs, obviously. None of us can. But yeah, here's the main reason we're watching this video. Y'all ready? Here we go.
It opened on Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. The sign is in the ground like we've seen in previous teasers. But then you see Xavier looking up through a window. You see in the reflection of the window what looks like maybe meteors or some sort of fiery crash down coming from the sky. And Xavier actually looked kind of scared. He did look a little scared. And we hear a voice say something's coming, something we may not be able to deter, and it had a little bit of an accent. Pretty sure that was Robert Downey Jr.'s Victor Von Doom, Dr. Doom, talking with Romanian, Latvian accent. Can't say for sure, but that dialogue did lead to a shot of Doom, maybe in like an ashy location. I can't really say if it was something that got fully destroyed or whatnot, but he's there like kind of hunched over and he stands up, and it's the first time we see Doom, and that was the first time the theater really kind of went nuts for.
God, I can't wait to see that.
That would have broken the bank. Let's see if Firefly can help.
Ooh, Knight Rider theme.
The trailer, it was really cool. I mean, other than it starting. And then Doom is presumably the one narrating this, slight accent and all, and we see him start to rise. In another setting, hood and mask on. Yes, we see the mask multiple times in this trailer. We see the green hood. It's not just Fantastic Four First Steps where you see the hood from the back. We saw the mask. It looked sick. Bit shiny, bit metallic, obviously metallic. Good, like there was like a lot of different pieces on it to texturize it, I'd say. We saw the new Avengers Tower in New York City. I'm pretty sure that's what we saw, which I don't know why it's not in Daredevil Born Again Season 2 looking this way, because I'm pretty sure in Episode 1 of Season 2 we saw Avengers Tower, but it looks very different.
Wait, did we? Does anyone else remember that? I'd have to go back and check.
Different, like structurally, not just the fact that they have the giant A logo that the new Avengers adopted, but because, well, I guess that post-credit scene was pretty far in the future in Fantastic Four. So maybe this is further out than where we're at in Daredevil. But it's kind of rounded out at the top now. It has 3 big triangular curved spires emerging from the top.
Okay.
And I'm a big Avengers Tower nerd. I like keeping up with that.
All right. I mean, hey, cool. It's a nice detail to know.
Four, meet Bucky, Ant-Man, and Sam Wilson's Captain America, and more characters in that building. It was happening so fast. I wrote this as quick as I could. I don't know everybody who was in that, but we see the Fantastic Four meet them in that building.
So that's interesting. They're going to meet the Earthbound Avengers in Avengers Tower. Nice.
Or presumably in that building. And the new Avengers were there too. The Red Guardian and all of them were there too. This is all set to eventually get set to Thor telling a cautionary tale, it sounds like. And I wrote down as much of it as word for word as I could get. I have fought with many warriors in my time. They were far stronger than any of us combined, and they died. They died facing enemies and threats that scared me far less than this one. That's kind of a pretty intimidating line of dialogue there. I'm assuming he's referencing Infinity War and Endgame and stuff, and saying Dr. Doom is more intimidating, and he's more afraid of Dr. Doom than he was of Thanos, because that is also something Joe Russo said at the introduction there. He pointed out that Dr. Doom is even scarier than Thanos and anyone else in the MCU. And he went on to say, everything that they sacrifice will be for nothing if we do not stand together. I said we in the tweet. He said they in the footage. That's a typo on my part. If you return, you will return as brothers and sisters, but mark my words. And there was a couple things I missed there, but I put ... and it ends with, we're going to need a miracle. Now, that is set to this footage that I'm about to describe to you.
Dog. Thor, they're hooking Thor up with some dialogue. That prayer that they dropped back in September, and now this little soliloquy. Like, Thor's getting some nice, intense dialogue, yo. Some super nice, intense dialogue. Great. I'm thrilled about it.
Cyclops has seen a new shot, full classic blue and yellow gear. I think that was in the remains of a broken down, darkened X-Mansion. At the top of the stairs there, we see Shang-Chi and Gambit fighting. Those are my 2 favorite characters.
Dog. Shang-Chi and Gambit battling. My God.
In the MCU post-Endgame. They're both multiverse saga introductions. Channing Tatum and Simu Liu getting to go toe-to-toe. It was sick. I mean, they were both using their powers. We saw Gambit's purple cards were really standing out because it was a very dark setting. The 10 rings were it was sick. And then eventually we see Gambit use his staff to create a blast on the floor. It was a pretty dope scene.
God, I cannot wait to see this fucking trailer. Okay.
And that got a pop too. The Fantastic Four, they meet
Oh, yeah.
Wakandans, and this looked like it was probably the footage we saw in those teasers that got released. But it was kind of an open desert area with, it was walled in the back. This wasn't in that footage that I could tell. Maybe it was one of those.
Damn, Brandon Davis be hitting the gym. I didn't even realize. I thought he was just a skinny little nerdy journalist guy. Look at this shit. He's got some guns.
Let's trick him with the footage situations and mislead people so they keep guessing. And maybe this is a fake out too. But we see the Fantastic Four meeting Wakandans in like a desert type of ground, but in the distance, there's walls of water as if it's being held off. It's not naturally there. It's not a cliff holding it. They are beneath the surface level, and the water is being pushed out by somebody's powers. Maybe it's Sue Storm creating some kind of crazy bubble around them, but I don't think so, though. It was more like what we saw with Doctor Strange when he pushed the water out at Avengers HQ in Endgame. It's kind of like, reminded me of that.
Brit. Remember when we went over that back into December or January when that one dropped? And I was wondering why the fuck are Namor and the Talakans in a fucking desert? Well, they're not in a desert. Someone fucking Mosesed that shit, and they're on the seafloor. That's fucking sick.
And the Fantastic Four have really cool new suits. They're much less 60s looking, much more sleek, and a bit more designed, honestly. There's more to them, and I thought they looked great. I love
that. Updated suits.
the new suit designs for the Fantastic Four. There's also scenes of like Johnny hugging somebody, looking sad. A lot of people hugging and embracing as if they're about to die. Maybe an incursion was happening, and these were just people bracing for their own deaths as universes collide. I wouldn't be shocked if that's what we just saw. Can't say for sure. That's just a theory, though. Yelena marches past Reed Richards, he's like poking his head around a corner, kind of looking a little nervous and scared. And Yelena marches past him, and then she gets in the frame, and Yelena's face.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Warrior Strong creates opportunity for students, drives growth for Michigan.
Turns to Mystique.
Okay.
He's like poking his head around a corner, kind of looking a little nervous and scared. And Yelena marches past him, and then she gets in the frame, and Yelena's face turns to Mystique.
Dog. Mystique running around as Yelena. Ooh, baby. Rebecca Romaine running around as Yelena for a minute.
That's sick. It was pretty cool. And then we see Yelena fighting Yelena. I'm pretty sure that's what we saw there. I also saw, I didn't catch this, but Cassie Lang was in the trailer. We saw Scott Lang, Ant-Man, give his daughter like a kiss on the head, which brings you Catherine Newton into the movie.
That's all I got to say about that.
As Thor's speech is going, we hear it ramp up, and we see him in another location, possibly the same location we saw Dr. Doom from in the open of this trailer, throwing Stormbreaker at Dr. Doom, certainly aiming for the head. I mean, it was that same move he did to Thanos where he threw Stormbreaker and it went into Thanos' chest. That man aimed for the head, but Dr. Doom put a hand up and caught that thing with one hand. He caught it with one hand, and Thor comes down and tries to push it, but he just looks scared because he can't get this Stormbreaker axe to hit Dr. Doom. And yes, it was Stormbreaker, not Mjolnir. I'm pretty sure Mjolnir was seen in the trailer earlier, but he's using Stormbreaker when he's fighting in this trailer.
Chat. Do I think John Walker, a Guardian, and Ghost are set up to be killed by Doom? I think we're going to get a absolute shit ton of deaths in Doomsday. And I also think that most, if not all, of the people we see die in Doomsday will be brought back on Battleworld. That's what I think. I think it doesn't matter who dies in Doomsday; they're coming back in Secret Wars any goddamn way. So they'll be around for the reset as well. But yeah, dude, Doom just being like, "Oh, what a nice little axe you have! The fuck out of my face, bro! That's gonna be so sweet."
And that is where it concludes with the Thor dialogue saying, "We need a miracle," which brings us to the Fantastic Four's ship, where Thor is aboard the ship, which is crazy because that's reminiscent of Thor being aboard the Guardians of the Galaxy ship in Infinity War and being the bridge to these characters meeting the Avengers and stuff. but Steve Rogers is on that ship. We hear, "Hey, pal." And I thought it was Tony Stark at first because Thor's reaction and expression, he literally says, "Impossible." But then we cut up, and it's Steve Rogers. He's got long hair, a little bit of a beard. He's dressed very casually. He's not in the Captain America suit. And he puts his hand out, and he pulls Stormbreaker to him, as if to say, yes, it's really me, the Steve who was worthy of your hammer before, so I'm proving to you now because you know no one else could do this. And he grins.
Now, when he says long hair and beard, I'm thinking how he looked in Infinity War. I mean, not a guarantee, because he said a thinner beard, and his beard was not thin in Infinity War. And who knows, they might make his hair even longer than in Infinity War, but that's what I'm basing on his description off of, is how he looked in Infinity War. And bro, calling fucking Stormbreaker to himself.
And it's almost like this, say, I'm here to help. And maybe I'm the help you need, or I have the information you need on how to help and how to fix this. It was pretty electrifying. I'm not going to lie. Cinemacon was... the footage that we saw this week was great. There was a lot of really great footage. It was just the energy in the room. There was no footage that prompted this energy in the room. It turned everyone into a fan. Everybody there is professional. There are movie theater owners and staff. They are on the lower level. There are media. There are content creators. There are influencers. And I know influencers have a reputation for yelling and getting excited at these sort of screening events. But when the footage ended, I yelled out, "Play it again." And then everyone else did too. And I don't even know if I was first. I just yelled, "Play it again." And everyone yelled, "Play it again." And you'll see in this next bit of footage what followed that. Play it again! One more time!
If Kevin is the architect and the brothers Russo are the interior designers, then we must admit that the heart of this home, the reason we are really all here, is the centerpiece, the kitchen sink, the kitchen island, the first Avenger, Captain America, Rogers, Chris Evans. Hey, pal. Things are still a little tense.
You know, I said I would only come back if there was a real reason. And in Doomsday, there is a very real reason that these heroes need Steve Rogers. Now,
So, that's his beard pretty much in Infinity War. So I'm not sure if Brandon means it's actually going to be thinner than that, but that's what I'm envisioning right there. Oh, phew, it's not Hydra Cap. Oh, he still might get a Hydra Cap as well. Maybe. Probably not. At least not in Doomsday. There is a chance that could happen in Secret Wars, but not Doomsday.
we fought together. We fought against each other. Sometimes on the same team. But this guy, I love you, Downey, but this guy, I don't like him.
Them's fighting words.
Oh, I
Doing this again?
Are they really?
Really?
Keep it on the set.
All right.
Keep it on this one.
Moving along. It's just a movie.
I
God
wanted the
damn
word
it.
cuppa, as in cup of tea, I thought it would be great to mix with hug. When I saw the domain was available, I was like,
Listen, it's a movie. Or is it? The clock is ticking.
Should we show the trailer again?
That wasn't planned.
Can we? Anybody? Can we show that trailer again?
We'll give it 10 seconds.
You want to see
the lights
it?
go down.
I think if you cheer loud enough, they may show the trailer. We're gonna do it.
Yeah, you've only been here 16 hours. Let's play it again.
Here we go.
All right, thank you everybody so much for being here. I'm going to have more from Cinemacon on the channel. I really hope you'll subscribe. I cannot believe we're over 100,000 here on the channel. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this ride with me. Thank you for supporting the Brandon Davis Show. Thank you for supporting Phase Hero. We're just at the beginning of this, everybody. Avengers Doomsday is coming up, and I promise you, one way or another, I'm going to do a full screening. I hope the Russo brothers or some special guest will come out, but I'm going to do a screening where people who are supporting the Brandon Davis Show, who have been a part of this channel and want to watch the movie with like-minded fans, we'll pick a city, we'll find a place to do it, whatever works. Maybe it'll be LA if we have a guest, but I'll do it anywhere in the world I can, because that's part of why I do this. This screening of the trailer just now reminded me why I do this. Genuine, it was so exciting to be in a room with people who were that excited to see something that Disney knew what they had. They saved it for last. They teased it. And everyone there just knew we were all here for Doomsday. We're all here to see this footage. We all know we're going to go talk about it. We all know this is going to be the most engaged with content we make. But I've just, Marvel, and I mean, The Walking Dead and DC and Star Wars were big parts of this, and Game of Thrones. But I think everybody knows Marvel has been one of the things that really gave me opportunities to be a part of discourse, to guide discourse, to do it authentically, and meet the people who bring these films to life and have them on my channel. And back when I worked at comicbook.com, I got to attend my first Marvel junket. It was Ant-Man, Captain America Civil War. This, I don't know. I'm getting a little...
All right. Yeah, that's him doing what YouTubers should do. Thanking everybody, begging for more engagement, yada, yada, yada. Okay. Chat. So, just off the description. How y'all feeling about that trailer? Because I need my eyeballs on that as soon as fucking possible. And what's nice is there's going to get insane watch hours on YouTube. Oh, yes. Yes, 100%. But it just so happens, chat. Right. Okay, so this all happens, chat, in terms of when we might actually get to put our eyeballs on that shit publicly released. Just so happens that next Thursday through Saturday is CCXP Mexico, and Disney and Marvel will be there. So they didn't do it for this one, bastards. But CCXP Mexico is next Thursday through Saturday, chat. I don't know. You know what? Let me find out. See if I can. Oh, they have their own countdown on their website. Who's going to be when and where, motherfucker? When is it? What's up, Dave? No, not 25. I said 2026. Okay. Well, maybe I should put Disney. Yeah, but what day is their panel, you motherfuckers? All right, it's not saying which day it is. But if it goes like Cinemacon, it'll be the last day of it, which is next Saturday. So we may, I haven't set that one up yet, Griff. So, yeah. We may get it next week, chat. Hopefully we get it next week, chat, because after all the, engagement that just the description of it is causing, they need to now that wave is rolling, they need to stay on it, the train, whatever you want to call it, pick your fucking metaphor, but they need to keep this shit going. So they need to give it to the public during CCXP. Hopefully they will. Don't know if they will, but they should. Swear to Christ, they make us wait and attach it to Mando and Grogu, and we gotta wait another whole month. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Real talk. All right, chat. Excuse me. Any further thoughts on that? Well, just the overall description of the presentation and then the description of that trailer itself. Throw that into the chat. If you're on the replay, throw that shit into the comments. I want to know what you think about that shit. And while you are doing that, also hit the like button and the subscribe and the bell if you've hit none ever. Everyone needs to hit the like if you're new. Also the subscribe and the bell. And I'm going to actually go get another little shoddy shot, and then we're going to do the Alex Perez thing. I'm not going to turn Sydney back on because this is not going to take me as long as a pee break. I'm going to take a few seconds. And do that and grab one of those real quick. Yeah. Yeah, pizza boxes. Fucking deal with it. Only thought is your mom. What the fuck, Spicy Dan? Oh my god. Okay. All right. My mom has been passed away for 13 years. I don't know if that makes a difference. All right. The mom uncomfortableness aside. Top up. Come on, crack. Cool. Oh, how appropriate. I picked a green label, too, to go with the Doomsday theme. So, chat. First of all, here's to you guys for being the awesome motherfuckers that you are and showing up all the time and hanging out for these long-ass streams that I'm forced to do on Saturdays since we're just doing watch parties on the other days that we're here. So, yeah. Thank you for being here at all. Thank you for being here for long durations. So, here's to you guys. And also, here is to the first non-speculative reactions to a movie that we've all been pretty convinced is going to be dope. And now we have like real confirmation from real actually footage seen by people that work outside of Marvel. So yeah. So you guys and the upcoming dopeness 8 months from today. Well, actually now yesterday in the Eastern time zone. But you know what I mean. Prost. I was hoping for more actual apple flavor. 99 proof got a little bit of a burn to it. It's entirely possible. Well, you're not in the wrong place. You're still in the basement. No, virtually. No, you're good, bro. All right, so we're creeping up on 4 hours, so let's go ahead and get into this Alex Perez shit and then get the fuck on out of here. We're going to kind of move pretty quickly through this because there's 2 parts that he's put out. So let's get into this, get it done, and get the fuck out of here. So this is April 2026 Q&A number 1 about Doomsday and Secret Wars. Yeah, he literally dropped this one on Tuesday. Wednesday. 2-0. Wednesday. So the day before the Disney. 3 hours. What are you talking about? Oh, I am at only 3 hours. Jesus Christ. I can't math today. Leave me alone. All right. Well, we're still going to kind of move through this at a reasonable pace anyway. Also, thank you for the correction. I appreciate it. Mostly. Also, fuck off. Anyway. Asda 2004. That is an interesting chat you just threw in there. I think I know who you are, but it's been so fucking long since you've been here, I can't remember your old screen name. But if you are who I think you are, you used to threaten me about being in my walls. Is that you? Let me know. All right, so let's get into this shit. All right, first question, yada, yada, yada. I'm going to skip all the, oh, hey, how you doing? Glad you're doing well. Bullshit out of everybody. So question 1, do you think at SDCC or D23 this year, could we see more cast announcements for Avengers Doomsday to round off everything before the movie comes out? Sanoff, I believe this was your question. Wrong guy? Okay. Well, this other person that used to hang out a lot would drop chats like that. Very like that, as a matter of fact. So, I had to ask. Anywho. But either way, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Hit all the buttons for me, please. That apply to you. And the like applies to everybody. And if you are truly new, then please hit the subscribe and the bell as well. I'd appreciate it. And I can't remember, I think it was Sanoff. Were you the one that asked about this casting? So here we go. Remember I said we'd come back to it. Here we are. So do you think at SDCC or D23 this year we could see more cast announcements for Doomsday to round off everything before the movie comes out? I don't think so. I really think they're going to leave it unannounced or try to, because we all know damn well they'll be coming to the carpet. I mean, that's true. Blah, blah, blah. What can we expect at Cinemacon for Doomsday? He's right about this. A new look, the Russos and Feige. You got it. Will we see Earth 838 again after this reboot? I doubt it. And again, based on the synopsis they put out, you usually push people's buttons. I appreciate that. Make sure you do a damn good job with your pushing. And again, based on the synopsis, it's probably not even going to be in Doomsday. We might get a flash of it as it dies. That's about it. We know it's reported that Deadpool and Wolverine will return in Doomsday. However, with Deadpool's personality, how do the Russos plan to handle Deadpool in these two Avengers films? Fair question. Excuse me. If you're referring to his R rating and bad mouth, they can totally get away with it. Just use minor swear words and save the F word for one single use without using it in a sexual connotation, and your PG-13 rating is safe. Ooh, I knew that you were restricted to one F-bomb in a PG-13 movie. I did not know that it could not be used in a sexual connotation. That's a bit of new info for me. That's kind of, it makes sense. Going back, I'm trying to think. It was not, definitely wasn't used in a sexual connotation in Guardians 3. I haven't seen too many PG-13 movies where they did drop an F-bomb, but I have seen them. And I think he's right. None of them were used when they were talking about the action. It was all like, fuck you, or fuck this, or just fuck as a damn it in place of damn it or some similar, what's the word? It starts with an E. Exclamation. Okay. Cool. Anywho. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Will we see Wanda return in Doomsday, or will they save her for Secret Wars? I ask because there seems to be some confusion if she's involved or not. Okay. I like that question. Inquiring minds want to know if Mommy's going to be here. Anyway. Oh, perfect. Let me break it down so there's no confusion. There is evidence that points to the Scarlet Witch being in Doomsday, but I cannot reveal too much because of my source. Always got to protect them sources. That is for sure. The important thing to keep in mind here is that even if you see her in the film, chances are it isn't Lizzie Olsen, because most of the time they filmed with stunt doubles who don't speak and are masked with masks that look like the ones from the movie Kingdom of Heaven. An example. Which was a very cheeky way to get to film a lot of characters who, quote, aren't confirmed yet, but are in the movie, mainly as part of Doom's followers. Damn, so Lizzie technically wasn't lying. Because she's not there, but her character is in a mask. Okay. All right, so he's basically saying that the Scarlet Witch is in the movie, but it's probably actually not Lizzie. It's a body double, because she ain't going to talk. And she's going to be in a mask kind of like this, probably golden, because we've gone over the reports of his followers having golden masks, Doom's followers. So, all right, well, there we go. So probably not Lizzie, but we'll have a non-speaking Scarlet Witch follower of Doom in a golden mask that looks something like this. All right. Oh, there's more. Aside from that, there is something plot-wise that Doom does in the movie that has only ever been done in the MCU by two other people up until now. And it points to Wanda being the one who grants him this ability. Lastly, if you really want to find some evidence that Wanda's in this movie, look no further than leaked concept art. Remember to look closely. Crowns come in all shapes, sizes, and colors. Blue, red, purple, and green. I don't know what he's getting at with all the crowns. I mean, Wanda's is obviously red. He might be talking about Sylvie with the green one, or gold. Was hers green or gold? I can't remember. Wiccan's is either blue or purple. I can't remember which. So I'm not really sure where he's going at with the crowns thing. Now, there's something plot-wise that Doom does in the movie that's only ever been done in the MCU by two other people up until now. And it points to Wanda being the one who grants him this ability. Okay, so what the fuck have only two other people done up until now that also points to Wanda being the one who grants him said ability? first thing that comes to mind is bringing people back to life. Now, Wanda technically hasn't brought anyone back to life, but she created her kids in the WandaVision show. But I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that has actually manifested people. Franklin brought Susan back to life in Fantastic Four, but I don't think that's the same thing as Wanda creating her kids out of chaos magic in WandaVision. I don't know what that one is. Only ever been done in the MCU by 2 other people. Has anyone else resurrected anyone from the dead yet? Points to Wanda being the one who grants him this ability. Now, Wanda didn't technically create Westview itself, but she did create what was going on in there. So who else has done that shit? Or something similar? Has anyone done? I don't know where the fuck he's going with that. I really, really don't. Chad, if you have any ideas what the fuck he's talking about there, I would love to know it. I think Thanos appears in Secret Wars. You watched it last night. I need your time machine. Can I borrow your time machine? That would be dope. But yeah, I don't know where he's going with that or really with the crowns. Look no further than leak concept art. I don't know if I have that shit saved anywhere. I probably don't because I'm stupid. Wish I did. Damn it. Okay, next question. How much of the movie Doomsday has been correctly spoiled? That's actually a really good question. Most people have gotten the first 2 acts right so far. Okay, interesting. No one seems to agree on the 3rd act, which I hope doesn't leak, because the ending of Act 2 makes you think the movie's over. Interesting. And then in comes the bait and switch that'll leave your jaw on the floor. And then you realize there's an hour of movie left. All right. I mean, obviously, it's been well. Damn, I think the shot's kicking in. Hold on. Okay. We've known for a while, and partially directly from Alex, that Doom is going to be manipulating everyone in this fucking movie, right? So we know there is some kind of bait and switch coming. He's going to be presenting himself as like a hero and a helper, and then he's going to be like, yeah, no, fuck that. You're all my bitches, and I'm going to be in charge. So that we know that is basically the bait and switch. But evidently there's going to be a bit more to it than that, because he says it's going to leave your jaw on the floor, and then you realize there's an hour with it. So that's dope. I've seen a few leaks here and there. I have one in my Twitter DMs. I was thinking about going over it tonight, but not tonight. Maybe I'll do a video on it, since I'm still not going back to work next week from my surgery either, so I'll have time. So maybe I'll do a video about the plot leak that I was sent by a friend. It's kind of a telephone plot leak. The person that sent it to me, I'm quite sure was not the first stop. So I'm not even sure 100% where it comes from. I don't know how accurate it is, but I'm thinking maybe some of it is at least accurate, because Alex said most people have gotten the first 2 acts right so far. So at least maybe some of what I have in my DMs is accurate. We'll see. But yeah, so, evidently, if you want to put it in mathematical terms, 2/3 of what's out there is accurate. and 1/3 is complete bullshit. So we'll see how that goes. All right, next question. What is the reboot going to look like? Fair question. Same as before, except now mutants will be more prominent and the Fantastic Four will be living on a 616. Okay, so really? So it looks like, because you remember how Feige's saying reboot's a scary word, we're calling it a reset. So Alex says, same as before. So basically, except now mutants will be more prominent and the Fantastic Four is living on the 616. So basically, everything we've seen up to this point is pretty much going to stay the status quo. But now we'll have mutants and the Fantastic Four. So it looks like everything we are going to see up and through Secret Wars. So 6 phases is still going to basically be canon for the most part. Except now the mutants and the Fantastic Four will seem like they've been there the whole time. Okay. Yeah, it definitely is much more of a reset than a reboot. Okay, next question. I'm curious why many Doomsday plot leaks seem to leave out Monica Rambeau as a character in the movie. That's a good point. Is this because she hasn't shot any scenes yet and her role is small, or because she isn't going to be in the film? It would make zero sense for her not to be in the film. Okay, Monica is in the movie. Good. Around the second act, her plot line picks up. Okay. She's the key to brokering peace between the X-Men and the Avengers. Yeah, well, I mean, that makes sense. That makes total sense. I don't know that we really need to go any further than that. I mean, that makes it kind of, we saw that coming, honestly. If we've been, remembering what we've gone over previously for the last fucking year or so, that makes total sense. What do you expect the general reception of Doomsday will be with fans and moviegoers? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's going to crush everything. Sorry, Paul Atreides. You are going to be Dr. Doom's bitch. Moving on. General moviegoers are going to love the cameos and fan service to pop culture references, but are mainly going to be confused if they haven't kept up with a lot of the characters in the movies. Fans are going to be left with jaws on the floor weeping. Wow. Probably pissed at Marvel, citing multiple character assassinations, only to say that they loved it after the initial shot. Overall, the main question I see everyone asking is, aren't they supposed to be good guys? See, okay. The aren't they supposed to be good guys thing. We have talked about reports that the X-Men universe, have we? Maybe not. Okay, so there are reports out there. We're about to talk about them, just in case we haven't. I can't remember. So there are reports out there that the X-Men universe has already been out annihilating universes, destroying worlds. They're playing the game of worlds. They're out there destroying worlds, preventing their own world from being destroyed, which is why they're doing it. They're not just out there randomly being like the Cabal in the comics, where they're just, they're destroying worlds to keep their universe safe, but also because they just love killing people. So they're doing it with an inappropriate amount of enthusiasm. But yeah, we have reports that the X-Men have gone through multiple incursions, their universe, and that they've destroyed multiple fucking worlds. There's reports that that opening part of Doomsday, where like the X-Men universe is going after Toby's universe, they have world destroying bombs, yada yada yada. So that is probably what he's talking about when he's saying the main question is everyone asking is aren't they supposed to be the good guys? Everyone knows the X-Men are the good guys. Like, everyone knows the X-Men are the good guys. So, to me, that's confirmation of those reports that we're going to see probably via a montage leading up to when they go to Toby's universe. The X-Men out there destroying worlds. Or at least it'll be talked about. It'll at least be expositioned. I'm hoping for a montage. Don't know if we'll get that. At a minimum, that'll be explained to us via exposition of some sort, narration, whatever. The conversation. Yeah, so that's what I think he's referring to there. On a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised will fans be by the final cast of Doomsday? If they don't follow along with leaks and scoopers, 9, probably 10. If you follow along with scoops, 5, maybe 6, depending on how your movie experience is. Okay. So basically, he's saying that even if we're people like us, we're still going to be surprised by something. That's cool. Hopefully pleasantly surprised. Although there are reports out there. Actually, I think he may talk about it in the next Q. You know what? We'll save that. I'll bring that up later. Moving on. Will the cannons in Avengers also be spaceships of some kind? He says, cannons? This questioner is referring to a report that Reed and Doom, one of their ideas to prevent incursions is going to be placing cannons of some sort, energy cannons that are supposed to keep universes separated on like the main 3 universe, Earth 616, X-Men, and 828. So that report's out there, and when I first saw that report, I'm like, are you fucking kidding? That's stupid as shit. So I'm actually kind of happy to see Alex go cannons. And to me, that's him dismissing that shit. At least that's what I hope he's doing, because really, fucking energy cannons, bro? Energy cannons, bro? Stupid as fuck. So I'm hoping the way he phrased this as cannons with a question mark means that that's a bullshit report. I really hope that. All right, that was all right. Secret Wars. Do you think we will see the Defenders and new Guardians of the Galaxy? Who asked about that earlier? One of you guys did, so here you go. I didn't even know this question was in here. New Guardians of the Galaxy and Secret Wars? If so, what would be their role? I really don't think so, unless they're a part of Doom's court. Oh, hey, look, that's what I said. Aside from a literal handful of heroes and villains, practically everyone will be under Doom's control, living in a more medieval version of what Wanda did in Westview. Literally think WandaVision means what if the Avengers assembled in 1602, and that's the introductory premise to Secret Wars. Okay, so y'all remember that leaked concept art that was looking medieval as motherfucking hell from like early, like what was that, like late February, March 2025 when that concept art leaked, and it was all medieval looking, 1602 looking? Well, this is Alex at least confirming that concept art was fucking legit. And that's mostly what we're going to be getting. So that's dope. That's dope. And also, according to Alex, I was right about the Guardian. I never thought we'd see the Defenders in either movie. It'd be cool, but no. I mean, I could see maybe in Doomsday, but definitely not Secret. All right. Apart from seeing legacy characters in Secret Wars, will there be any fan castings of iconic characters in the film too? As far as I'm aware, no. I'm not mad about that. Are there any interesting / exciting concepts you heard in the upcoming Avengers films? They didn't put an answer. Have you heard of any fun or... Okay, that's why, because they had 2 questions that are virtually identical. Interesting. Okay, so have you heard any interesting, exciting, or fun concepts in the upcoming Avengers films / Marvel's toying with for Secret? Oh yes, both for Secret Wars and beyond. Again, the favorite concept definitely has to be the whole trope about sacrifice and morals and how far you're willing to give up to save the ones you love or what you're willing to sacrifice to prove you're right. All right, whatever. Have you got any update on a live-action Miles Morales? Will we see him in Secret Wars, or when will we see Sony's version of live-action Miles? Nothing yet, I'm afraid. Well, Sony themselves has said there's 0 chance of that till after Beyond the Spider-Verse comes out next year. I think next summer. Remind me after we're done with all this shit, and I'll check on I think it's June or July. But remind me when we're done with all the Alex shit, and I'll check. Someone remind me. How big of a role can we expect from Tom Holland's Spider-Man to have in Secret Wars? Relevant. Now, see, there's reports that said he's going to be one of the main leads in that. And all Alex is saying is relevant. That's interesting. In the Secret Wars 2015 comics, there were a group of survivors / main heroes, which consisted of Star-Lord, Thor, Reed, Black Panther, etc. The Secret Wars adapting this. Alex says they'll definitely be younger. Much, much, much younger. Marvel. For the love of God. No one gives a fuck. Okay. To blanket. Not many people, very few people, give a fuck about the Young Avengers / Champions. Please do not let Alex be right, because what this sounds like is that we're going to get a fair chunk of Young Avengers / Champions in Secret Wars. I do not want this. Most of the fandom does not want this. There are some. But there are nowhere near as many people that want this as do not want this. So Marvel, you don't start filming till this summer. Fucking change it. And that's it for part 1. But oh my God, all I'll say is this: the rest of Secret Wars, outside of that bullshit, better fucking slap. And I'm sure it will. Got a link to the next part on this one. Part 2 will be available. God damn. Okay. So yeah, I'm not thrilled about that shit. I am not thrilled about that shit. All right, chats. Thought on part 1 before we roll on into part 2? Think we may have Daredevil and Doomsday or Secret Wars? Doomsday. Definitely not Secret Wars. Doomsday's his only shot. Doomsday is street level Marvel's only shot. It will not be Secret Wars. Now Spider-Man should definitely be a lead role because of Tony's face on Doom. Well, he's not going to be in Doomsday, or at least not till the very, very, very end. It has been pretty well established that Brand New Day and Doomsday are going to be basically running concurrently. Like, Brand New Day will be happening in New York while, like, the Avengers and all that shit, they're off over in the X-Men universe and whatnot doing multiversal shit. Meanwhile, Brand New Day will be happening in New York. Is kind of how that it. I mean, it's not confirmed that's the case, but like pretty much all the insiders and all that are saying that's the case, and when that happens, that's pretty much almost forgot about the Young Avengers, to be honest. Well, I wish Marvel would do the same, except without the almost. You think we'll see Rhodey and Secret Wars to interact with Doom? Directly interact? No. Be in it? Maybe. I definitely think we'll see him in Doomsday. Now that you bring him up. Secret Wars, I don't know if he'll make Secret Wars. Well, let me put it this way. I don't know if he'll be in the main part of Secret Wars. I think a lot of the people that we'll see in Doomsday, and him included, will probably fucking die. We will see again at the end of the Secret Wars when they reconstruct the universe. That's how I think that's going to go. But that's just pure speculation, admittedly. All right, chat. Part 2. You may get Doom's face mixed up with Tony's face. I mean, people have really stopped talking about it, but I still think the fact that he looks like Tony is going to come into play at some point. But people admittedly have stopped talking about that. So, not sure, but we'll see. All right, so Q&A part 2. Black Panther, Daredevil, Young Avengers, Doctor Strange, and more. All right, here we go. Stay closed, you. Stay closed, bitch. Get out of my face. All right, so we're beginning with Black Panther 3. Which I definitely want to know about. Okay, what? Last question, and then I'm doing this shit, Sanoff. God damn it. Do you think the Doom in Doomsday is the Doctor Doom from the Fantastic Four First Steps movie universe? I do not think he is from 828. But I think... See, I'm still trying to work all that out in my head. I don't think he's from 828, but I also am trying to rationalize that with Sue not freaking out, seeing him in that post-credit scene at the end of Fantastic Four. So basically it comes down to if the rumors are true about Doom being from another universe and his family dying there, and part that pisses him off. So if that's true, then he's not from 828, but Sue knowing him or appearing to know him because she didn't instantly attack him when she saw he was fucking with her son. I don't know. There's what's in that post-credit scene kind of contradicts the rumors, so I'm not quite sure how it's going to work out. He could be. I'll say that. He very well could be, but maybe not. We'll see. All right, so all right, here we go. What's next for Shuri in Black Panther 3? She'll be in it. Can't wait for the callback to the Hey Auntie. All right, so obviously T'Challa, son of T'Challa, will also definitely be in about Black Panther 3. Okay, what do you know about Black Panther 3? Very early stuff. Heavily leaning into the mystical aspect of Wakandan lore. That's actually dope because I don't know a shit ton about it, but you know, I've watched or listened to Ra's videos while I'm out and about, and what little I know about the mystical aspect of Wakandan lore is dope. So that's cool. And okay, heavily leaning into the mystical aspect of Wakandan lore and mythology this time around. Sick. Also heard there'll be a few connections to the lore from Eyes of Wakanda. Okay. I enjoyed Eyes of Wakanda. All right, sign off. I'm going to cut over to you real quick. I thought the empty seat for Latveria and First Steps give a slight hint that it may be for their Doctor Doom. It does. So you remember that rumor I mentioned about he's from a different universe? Here's the thing. If you look at the symbol for Latveria in that shot, it's not Doom's symbol on the flag. It's a different one, or at least not the symbol for that Doom has on when it. Bleh. In the comics, Doom's symbol on the flag is different from the one shown on the flag in that scene, which kind of hints that he's not from there. But again, I know lots of contradictory shit. It's pseudo-contradictory, I guess I'll put it that way. So yeah, heavy into lore and mythology and a few connections from Eyes of Wakanda. That's cool. I enjoyed Eyes of Wakanda. And I just, in general, I like lore and mythology shit, so that's cool to me. I like it. Dipping more into, I hope they actually get into, Bast herself. In case you didn't know, Bast is a female. She's a goddess. So, yeah, dipping into lore and mythology, dope. That'll be cool. Blah, blah, blah. Any other TV shows being considered for revival at Marvel Studios? Any word on the first movie of the Mutant Saga? Not necessarily revival, but more characters being brought in. First movie, tentatively, is Black Panther 3. Okay, so that reminds me of something, and I'm glad I left that up. Over here. That reminds me of something. Okay. So someone posted Disney's official release schedule for this year through 29. Yeah. So I'm going to show you 2028. So here's 2028's release schedule. 5 movies. February, Disney Untitled. May, Lilo and Stitch 2. June, Pixar, The Incredibles 3. Sick. July, Marvel Untitled. November, Disney Untitled. Now, Alex did say tentatively, I believe. Yeah, tentatively. Okay, so here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying. Right now, Marvel only has one slot specifically allotted to them in 2028. One. That's the July slot. Now they have two open Disney slots as well. One in February, one in November. If they stick with just this one, that ain't going to be Black Panther 3, fam. That's going to be X-Men. If they're going to put Black Panther 3 out in 28, they're going to have to change one of these Disney slots to a Marvel slot. Because there's no fucking way that if they were only getting one Marvel movie in 2028, it's going to be X-Men. It will not be Black Panther 3. It won't be Doc Strange 3. It won't be Thor 5. It won't be Shang-Chi 2. If this is accurate and there's only one Marvel slot for 2028, it's going to be X-Men. So, I don't know if this was out when he answered that question. Probably not. But given this, yeah, I don't see how it's going to be Black Panther 3, guys. I don't. Oh, Deadpool 4, there's no way that's coming out before X-Men. They have to establish X-Men before bringing in X-Force. That's just, they have to. Oh, God. Champions Young Avengers section. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. My first one isn't necessarily a question, but more an idea I'd like your opinion on. I came up with the idea that Jacques Duquesne could find out about Kate Bishop. That's the swordsman, by the way, if you were wondering. From the Hawkeye show and most recently Daredevil Born Again Season 2. Could find out about Kate Bishop forming the champions, either directly or indirectly through Kate, and decide to become something like a financial ambassador for the team, which enables them access to new suits and tech, etc. What are your thoughts on the idea, and is it plausible? Alex says, oh, definitely plausible, and you're much closer than you realize. I mean, they would need resources. That's for damn sure. And he's rich. Now, something's going to have to happen between now and because this shit ain't going to happen until post Secret Wars. Let's just get that straight right now. Now, as of right now, we know the swordsman is on the run. But we also kind of know that Wilson Fisk will not be mayor of New York much longer because that one his chief of staff, that Latina lady, or is she African American? Whatever. Anyway, his chief of staff, it doesn't matter really. I don't even know I brought that up. But anyway, his chief of staff is going to be mayor in Spider-Man because we saw her handing him the key to the city in the trailer. So maybe she pardons him or whatever, because as of right now, he's on the run. He's a fugitive. But again, she's mayor in Brand New Day, so she's probably going to do a lot of pardoning of people that got fucked over in the Safer Streets Act. So, I mean, like I said, they're going to need resources. So, I mean, if they're going to be if they're bound and determined to try and make fetch happen with the champions, then, you know, a legit explanation of how they have money to do any goddamn thing is a good thing. All right, blah, blah, blah. Among the cast of the Young Avengers, which characters do you think would get a personal arc in the show that would become central to the plot as well? Whether it's Kate, Kamala, Billy, or America. All right. When done right, each has their own way to shine. Kate and Kamala are learning to lead. Cassie and America learn to belong to something bigger than themselves after coping with isolation and being the lone wolf types for so long. Okay, I understand America being the lone... Wait a minute. Wait just a motherfucking minute. Did Cassie go lone wolf at the end of Quantumania? I don't fucking remember that. And when last we saw America at the end of Multiverse of Madness, she was at Camertage learning to get her magic on. So what the fuck is he talking about with being the lone wolf types for so long? Billy and Tommy are bonding and learning to adapt to their current situation. Okay, well, that makes sense. What the fuck is this lone wolf types for so long with those two? I don't understand where that is coming from. Unless we get some indication of why that is in Secret Wars. That makes zero sense to me. Based on where I'm pretty sure, well, I know damn well where America was left because I just watched Multiverse of Madness yesterday or the day before. I'm not going to watch Quantumania again just to see where Cassie's at, but yeah, I'm a little confused by that answer. Not sure what he's getting at with that answer. That's weird. All right. Anything you can tell us about Ms. Marvel's role post Secret Wars? Between Champions, street level stuff, and mutants, I feel like there are many storylines she could be involved with. Champions continuation and, bit of a spoiler, there's a setup from Vision Quest, but it's not Tommy. There's a setup from Vision Quest, but it's not Tommy. Wiccan? I don't know why it wouldn't be Tommy. Tommy's like part of the reason Vision Quest is even happening. I thought. Maybe not. I have no idea what the fuck he's getting at with that one either. Oh yeah, no. I mean, I love Iman Vellani, and her character is kind of fun. I hope they are going to... Obviously, she's going to be back. Like, we just have to... I have to accept it. They're going to do the Champions thing. They're going to do it. It's going to be a thing. I just hope they start to mature her up a little bit. Like, you know, the giddy teenager thing is cute for a while. But if she's going to be taking a leadership role, she needs to settle down some. That's all I'm saying. Or they need to settle her down some. I mean, they don't need to turn her into, like, you know, an emotionless automaton or whatever, but they definitely need to settle her down and mature her up. This Scar from She-Hulk too. I mean, he's available. I don't know if they're going to do anything with him. They really need to forget that they introduced him in that and, like, completely redo it so he's an actual badass like he is in the comics, and not that fucking vegan surfer looking version. They need to just forget that version. Like, just, never talk about that version again, never address it, and give us the badass version from the comics is what they need to do. All right. Ooh, Daredevil, Born Again, and the Defenders. Cool. Will Jessica still have a sizable role in season 3 of Born Again? Or will she have a reduced role or possibly be absent and instead have a special presentation like Punisher did while Luke and Danny appear in season 3? Set pictures are confirming she plays a role in it to save Matt. That is true. He recently confirmed that Claire will appear in both Brand New Day and Born Again season 3. Cool. Will there be any connection between the two roles at all? Could she be the connecting piece between Spider-Man and Daredevil? She and Punisher qualify under their connection. Yes, I mean, that makes sense. Is Mr. Charles' role in Born Again bigger than it seems so far? I would be very down if it was. If so, will we see some big moments / plot twists with his involvement or even more appearances? I'm actually interested in the answer to this question. If this article comes out before mid-season, then 5 to 7, then yes, you should. Well, it did. Well, not season 5, or episode 5, but it's out before episode 6. So good enough. So yay, good. More of this guy. More Lillard. Always good. All right. With the return of the Defenders soon, Daredevil season 3, and the Punisher appearing in Brand New Day, does Marvel have plans to incorporate these characters more in future films? Given their ties to film characters in the comics, I'd love to see stuff like Daredevil in a Spider-Man film, Luke Cage in Cap 5, Danny Rand and Colleen in Shang-Chi 2, etc. Damn, all that makes sense, too. Yes, definitely. Cool. Could we see either Jessica Jones or Heroes for a higher special post-Born Again Season 3? Possibly. Well, forget specials. If they're going to do those need to be full shows. In my opinion. Back in February during the last Q&A, which we could link if we wanted to, but I'm not going to, I asked you if Marvel was planning to make a Defenders team-up event that could have included Spider-Man and the Punisher to conclude the current Devil's Reign adaptation. But now that Dario Scarpani confirmed that the Mayor Fisk arc ends at the end of Born Again Season 2, I'm not too sure it'll happen now, which I still think is lame. They should have ended that in Spider-Man 5. Obviously not going to be the case, but a mistake in my opinion. So could the Defenders film instead adapt the 2023 Gang War comic run where we could see the Magia, including Kingpin, as villains of the film? The devil can reign in more than one way. What we'll see now is the conclusion of Fisk's plan. Hint, he never wanted to be mayor. Just look at the very little competition he has left. Okay. He didn't really want to be mayor. He just wanted the power to fuck over all his competition before he becomes full-on Kingpin again. All right. We know Daredevil is in Brand New Day. We know no such thing. We know no such thing. As we know by now, there will be certain characters appearing in Born Again Season 3. Yeah, certain characters being Danny Rand and Luke Cage. Is it possible we could see Cloak and Dagger be involved in making the show canon? As they're located in New York, and it could be a good way to implement them, particularly with the popularity boost they've received due to Rivals. As far as I know, no. Okay. Ooh, Doctor Strange. What's next for Strange post-Doomsday and Secret Wars? The way Secret Wars sets him up will definitely put him in an interesting position that very few characters in the MCU have been in. It'll be an interesting redemption arc for sure. Well, yeah, it's going to have to be a redemption arc because he's going to side with Doom and Doomsday. Now, definitely put him in an interesting position that very few characters in the MCU have been. What the fuck does he mean by that? I don't know what he means by that, chat. I wish I did. I do know what the redemption arc means, because, again, he's going to be taking Doomsday and Superman. I don't think Daredevil wasn't edited out. There's literally been, like, no one talking about it. Insider / scooper wise. And it definitely would have come up by now. But yeah, no one's talking about it. People are like, there's a lot of fans that are like, we want it. We're hoping for it. But yeah, there's like not even insider / scooper confirmation that he's a thing in there. All right. Okay, will we get the return of 616 Mordo or even have Nightmare as a villain in a third movie? Talk about Doctor Strange. Mordo is definitely involved in the future. Nightmare, not sure. I mean, we got 838 Mordo in Multiverse of Madness, but we haven't seen 616 Mordo since that post-credit. Or was that a post-credit? Yeah, I think it was a post-credit from the first Doctor Strange movie. That's the last time we saw 616 Mordo. Long time. Ooh, yay. Hulk. When will we finally get the long-awaited live-action confrontation between Hulk and Wolverine? Nothing as of yet. Oh, and that's it. All right. So it looks like all we're going to get for now is that, like, 2 seconds of that shit in Deadpool Wolverine. All right. Well, there we go, chat. Updates a la Alex Perez. Stranger probably stays a supporting role in future movies like he did Thor Ragnarok and No Way Home. Oh, yeah, but there's definitely going to be a Doctor Strange 3. Would you have preferred the Multiverse of Madness movie we got or the unreleased Scott Derrickson version? Oh, I am quite happy with the one we got. I am quite happy with it. Matter of fact, a lot of the shit that movie catches is stupid as fuck. I could go on a whole rant, but I'm not going to. Because now I am correct in that we're creeping up on 4 hours. Not there yet, because I started late. But we're getting there. We're over 3.5. So, first of all, props to y'all for hanging this long. Really fucking appreciate it. That's amazing. Yeah. So what do y'all think, chat? That's it. We're done. I'm done with, planned stuff. What do you think about anything we've talked about tonight? What do you think about anything we've talked about? Because outside of the Young Avengers bullshit, I'm pretty happy with what Alex told us. Well, hi, buddy. What's up? You want to be on the internet? We're here. Come on. Say hi. Come here. My big boy. Hi. Hi, everybody. Are you excited for Doomsday? Oh, yeah. He's like, Dad, what the fuck was that? Nope. Come on, go. Dude, if you're going, go. Hyped for what the new X-Men will be like on the big screen? Yeah. Actually, no. I actually did bookmark a tweet. So as you all know, they've recruited a couple people to, I don't know, punch up, redo, not sure what, but the script for the X-Men movie. And it is the people that did Beef Season 2 and also the ones that came in and worked on the Thunderbolt script. Punch that up as well. Where is it? Okay, yeah. I'm not going to pull up the full fucking interview, but check this shit out. One of the homies that was the writer on Beef and Thunderbolt, Lee Sung-jin, on writing the X-Men reboot film. I have such fond memories of me and my dad, Saturday morning. Every morning, waking up, we'd watch every single episode, read the comics, and I was a huge Gambit fan growing up, so the love is very strong. So there you go, Brooke. So far so good. More waiting for us, and we'll eventually get that Doomsday trailer. They better fucking be next week. I swear to God, if they make us wait till Mando and Grogu, I will have to have a few mini crash outs and shit on Marvel for being extraordinarily stupid. Because making us wait beyond CCXP next week would be extraordinarily fucking stupid. Do I think Wolverine should be in the new X-Men movie, or should they add Wolverine later? Okay, so there have been reports out there, at least in the original version of the script, he's not going to be. The plan, as we know so far, and again, it's being rewritten now by the people from Beef, but prior to them being hired to redo it or punch it up or what have you, and this is also based on the casting of Sadie Sink as Jean Grey, because she's fucking Jean Grey in that Brand New Day. They're going for a younger X-Men team. So, and if they're like, and by younger X-Men team, like the young team that was in like the original X-Men, because Wolverine was not part of the OG X-Men team, like First Class. It's going to be pseudo First Classy, like that style of team. So yeah, that's the reports to this point, is what the plan for that movie is. Don't know if that's going to change. Actually, no, I take that back. The director, Jake Schreier, talked about how, I mean, he referenced multiple runs, but he talked about how Chris Claremont's run is a pretty big influence in what they're doing with that movie, and Claremont's run is the one that established the X-Men team that most people are familiar with, which is the one from the animated series and the Fox X-Men. So the original plan was no Wolverine. But if Claremont is a big influence, maybe, but still that's not necessarily going to be the case. They could, use Claremont's run for most characters, but they don't have to do it all. I mean, this is the MCU. They have never done a one-to-one adaptation of anything. I doubt they ever will. So even if Claremont's run is a big influence, he did mention others, first of all. And second of all, even if that is the main influence, again, the MCU never wants to want one-to-ones anything, so even if Claremont's run is a big influence, doesn't mean Wolverine's going to fucking be there. I think removing Wolverine is for the best, as they made him steal the spotlight too much in the OG. That is, yeah. Yeah, I've seen more than once those movies referred to as Wolverine and Friends. And what's funny is there is an animated series called Wolverine and the X-Men. And if you have not watched it yet, that's a great fucking series. That's an awesome series. But I do want to see an R-rated MCU Wolverine project with a ruthless and sadistic Sabretooth. I can see that happening, actually. But R-rated more for violence than language. A little bit of language. They don't necessarily need to go Deadpool and Wolverine with it, but they could go Logan with it. Like if they did that Logan style, instead of like the Deadpool and Wolverine R-rated style, instead more Logan R-rated style, I'm down. That would be sick. But yeah, I definitely... Okay. Speaking of Sabretooth, the Liev Schreiber version, personality-wise, was good, but the look was screwed up. The OG Fox X-Men, the look was right, but that was a lame-ass version. If they combine the two, the Fox X-Men look with the Liev Schreiber version they had in X-Men Origins Wolverine, that would be amazing. All right, chat. Anything else? I will hang for a little while longer, but it's almost 2 in the morning in the Eastern time zone. So I'm starting to need to pee again, that kind of thing. I want to get out of here pretty quick, but a couple more questions or thoughts. God, fuck you. A couple more questions or thoughts or what have you. I'm definitely willing to take, but it is time to get the fuck out also pretty soon here. But a couple more minutes. 3, 4, 5-ish, give or take. If you got anything else. Oh, damn, I didn't even change the radiation. Anyway, all right. I meant to put on my Doom shirt, and I just left on one of my regular ass house shirts. Oh. Only just now noticing, Jesus Christ. Anyway. I'm going to see the new Mummy film tomorrow and hoping to binge the old Mummy films. You mean I actually did just watch the first 2 Brendan Fraser ones. I haven't watched the third one, and I won't. Rachel Weisz isn't in it, and it's not about Egyptian shit, so I don't care. I mean, I love Jet Li, but I have no interest in watching that movie. And the one they're making now, which is technically the Mummy 4, but for me, it's the Mummy 3. They've already said they're basically ignoring that Jet Li one, which is totally fine with me. Yeah, but I did just watch the first 2 Fraser ones, Mummy and the Mummy Returns, like yesterday? Maybe? Yeah, so yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the Mummy 4, which is really the Mummy 3. I'm stoked for that. They have the core 4 back. They have Brendan, they have Rachel, they have I can't remember the homie's name, but her brother, and they have Oded Fairback as Ardeth Bay. So I am a happy camper. But yeah, Lee Cronin's Mummy has absolutely nothing to do with the Fraser ones. Like the Mummy, and this is a little girl. Stand up. I watched JCW Stranglemania last night. Well, now that I know that ICP is behind it, that seems quite appropriate. It was 3 a.m. where you were, and the Rock and Roll Express was wrestling. Nice. Nice. What do you watch that on? Like, is that on a streaming service? Is that on cable? Is it on YouTube? Like, where do you watch the JCW? I am mildly curious to see what an ICP-owned wrestling promotion is like. Or co-owned, I guess. Because you did mention someone else with that, too. You go ahead, let me know that. But yeah, it's time to go, motherfuckers. It is time to go. I really appreciate you guys showing up at all. Triller and Lunacy is on every Thursday on YouTube. Okay. Is it like, what do I search? Do I just search JCW and it'll come up? Or Lunacy? Both? Yeah, I'll figure it out. All right, cool. Is it like what the ECW used to be before it got bought by the WWE? Because I actually used to watch ECW. Rhino and all them. Is it like that? I feel like it might be like that because ICP is fucking crazy. All right. Well, Sanoff lets me know about that. Thank you all for being here, live or on the replay, for clicking. Basically, thank you for clicking. And if you made it all the way through, props to you, and thank you for that as well. It's kind of like ECW. That's tits. That's cool. Yeah. So you guys are amazing. You're amazing for choosing to spend your time here when there's so much other shit you could be doing or watching or listening to or whatever. And you could be watching a movie. You could be reading a book. You could be out at the bar. You could be hanging with, like, friends. You could be, you can be gaming and doing this at the same time, which I know some of you are doing. Griffin Delta Dan, I'm looking at you. Yeah, but you're choosing to be here. And some of you for the entire fucking duration. So thank you so much for being amazing like that. Watch parties next Tuesday and Wednesday at 9 like usual. Tuesday, again, is basically Disney night. It's Mall and it's Daredevil. Wednesday night is Prime night. It is Invincible and The Boys. Now, this Wednesday is the last episode of Invincible. So, not next week, but the week after, we'll be down to just The Boys on Wednesday. We have Daredevil for 2 more weeks, and Mall and Daredevil both end at the same time. Well, the same week. And then the following week after that, on the Tuesday, will be the Punisher special. And then we'll be pretty much just watching The Boys on Wednesdays. I feel like there's something else that starts in May, though, another show. I just can't remember what it is. I got to figure out what that is. So it might be more than just The Boys in May. I feel like there's something I'm forgetting about. I'll figure it out. Anyway, but yeah. So far as just next week goes, Tuesday night at 9 for Mall and Daredevil, in that order. And then Wednesday night at 9 for Invincible and The Boys, in that order. And then Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, I think that's later this year. I think that's summer. But yeah, I am looking forward to that. Yeah, watch Invincible on Wednesdays. Invincible and The Boys on Wednesdays. And season finale of Invincible. And someone sent me a panel from the comic that could very well be happening next week. And if it does, holy motherfucking shit. But I don't know for sure it's going to happen, so we'll see. Spider Noir, maybe that's it. Ooh, shit. May 27th. Good call, Sanoff. Well done. Thank you for that. Thank you. Yes. That premieres end of the month, so we will definitely be watching that shit. What day of the month is it? What day of the week? I have my phone here. That's a Tuesday. Okay. So we'll definitely be having watch parties on Tuesdays. If that's the only show we're watching, we'll be able to do news on Wednesdays again. Which will be good because 4-hour streams every Saturday is damn ridiculous for all of us, honestly. All right, cool. Cool. All right. All right. So we got the future mostly mapped out, but anyways, and I'm going to just say it again because that's how I roll. This coming Tuesday, 9 p.m. Maul, then Daredevil. Next Wednesday, 9 p.m. Invincible season finale, then the next episode of The Boys. And then next Saturday, right back here at 10, where we'll talk about all the nerdy shit that happened during the week. Nerdy news-wise. Okay? That's how we're doing this shit. So, again, you guys are amazing. Thanks for hanging. Whether it's for a little bit or this whole motherfucker. I appreciate you just for being here. Please hit all the buttons that apply to you. Everyone hit the like. If you're new, subscribe and the bell. Also join the Discord. Brooke dropped the link in the chat. The notifications are much more reliable for when we do shit here. So, much love, y'all. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend and a good Monday and a good Tuesday during the day. And we will see you back here on Tuesday night. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. See you Tuesday. Bye. Yep. Quick outro, chat. We've been at this a motherfucking while. So, I know I said it a lot, but I'm saying it again. Thank you for being here at all. If you hung for most or if not, just thank you for being here. Whether you're here for a little while or this whole motherfucking 4-hour fucking stream, thank you. You guys are amazing. I love and appreciate all of you for being here. Just keep coming back. That's all I ask, man. Just keep coming back. If you're new, I hope you enjoyed it. Again, hit all the buttons because that's what we YouTubers need y'all to do. And have a good rest of your weekend. And come on back Tuesday, and we'll start watching some nerdy ass awesomeness, awesome TV shows together. Hope to see you then. And until then, remember this. Wherever you're at and whoever you're with, always keep it nerdy. Much love, y'all. Peace.